Greetings, everyone, and welcome to Progressive Discussions, Uncensored Saturday Open Topic Talk with Mysticism. And I'm your host, James P. Madonna, from Northeastern New Jersey. And I just want to welcome everyone. It happens to be, correct me if I'm wrong, people, it happens to be Super Bowl weekend. And tonight, or probably right now, is the Royal Rumble with the WWE's Royal Rumble, which I will watch for free when it's over on the Daily Motion app. If it's free, it's for me. I really could, well, actually, I do have somebody to root for tomorrow. It's the Philadelphia Eagles. If the Super Bowl's tomorrow, I am a Philadelphia Eagles fan, and I hope they win against the Kansas City Chiefs and their little dynasty. My problem with the Kansas City Chiefs is that they got lucky and they defeated the Buffalo Bills, who I really liked originally, defeated them by a few points, and that really ticks me off. Okay, but that's the way it goes. Oh, it's next weekend. So all the hype, all this fucking hype ahead of time it's for a game that will be next Sunday. Oh. Hold on, let me just go through the really quick. Ronnie Simpson, Clearwater, Florida. Greetings, peace, and many blessings. Same to you, Ronnie. Gabriel Salaya, Buckeye, Arizona. Hi, I'm here. Uh, Gabriel says, hi, I appreciate it. Oh, yeah, that's Alex the Beer Masturbator. But he says, appreciate, yeah. Appreciate without the A. You just have to take off the AP and go appreciate and YA. Appreciate, yeah. That's what he does. All right, Daryl Messias, Northern California. Hey, how you doing? I hope you're having a great weekend. Watching the Rumble. Yes, you're watching the Rumble. Super Bowl is next weekend. Yes, I hope the Philadelphia Eagles win. Super Bowl next weekend, Rumble's this weekend. Yeah, well, no shit. They just informed me. Hey, no shit, man. You know, I tried to update Windows because I haven't really used my desktop in a week. So I end up updating it, you know, since I don't use it in a week. And it got stuck. It couldn't follow through with the updating. Now I can't blame because he doesn't own it anymore. Hold on. Tommy Carroll, greetings, Comrade Madonna. Long time no see. Hope you had a pleasant and constructive week. So that was a typo. Yeah. Well, constructive, in my opinion, yes. I did some projects connected with my hobbies mostly, and also one project connected with the show. Thank you for asking me. No. Take the I off and the AP and just spell it appreciate, yeah. Appreciate, Preciate. Appreciate, yeah. That's Alex the Beer Masturbator. Professor Masturbator. On Peacrotch. Yes, it is on Peacrotch. And no, that's it. The pay-per-views are on Peacrotch, not on Netflix. Or are they on Netflix also? I know Monday Raw is on Netflix, but guess what? I just simply watch it on Daily Motion. Okay, let me sink my teeth into the crotch of P. Now, actually, I hear Florida has a colony of invasive wild peacrotches. They're beautiful birds, but you know, with South Florida, it's the invasive creatures are because they escape. You know, they either escape from zoos or the hurricane comes and they escape from exotic pet stores or dumbass right-wing Floridians choose to own exotic pets that they should not be owning anyway, and they escape. Like, for instance, Nile monitors, giant monitor lizards are now invasive, you know, and green anacondas in the Everglades. That's not a good thing. And also, they found a couple of, I don't know how many, but this is very serious, Nile crocodiles. Very dangerous, aggressive creature. Very dangerous creature indeed. They're fresh water too. Not like the saltwater American cocodrilo crocodile. And then you have the giant African land snails, which unfortunately carry a parasite that has meningitis. Otherwise, I would love to have one as a pet. Giant African land snail, as well as a whole host of other creepy crawly critters and lizards. You know, lagarto, right, Gabrielle, lagarto. Hold on. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, Pete Crotch. They're on Netflix outside of the U.S. Really? I didn't think Netflix went internationally. Only for Australia is pay-per-view on Netflix. Oh, really? Only Australia. You're a smart cookie, Gabriel Salaya. Thank you for educating us. You know, Ronnie, he's a smart cookie. You know, people underestimate Gabriel Salaya, but he's a smart cookie. Tommy Carroll says, Brother Madonna, I was between a shiver and a, what does that mean? Shit? Thought Trump was going to cancel Juneteenth. I'm okay now. It was only fake news. Yeah, but that would have been very funny, though, if he canceled Juneteenth. Anyway, you know what I'm drinking now? Before I sink my teeth into my serious topics, I am drinking organic cocoa powder with Bacardi black rum and raw, unfiltered honey, fresh from the beehive. Okay, and what else? That's it. Ah, talk about a heavenly hot toddy, rich in antioxidant power. You guys ought to try it sometime. But you got to use good honey and good cocoa. Don't use no cheap supermarket baker's cocoa by Hershey's, that garbage. Hold on. Juneteenth. I wish daylight savings time was out. Okay, time to sink my teeth. I want to start off with Chuck Schumer. Juneteenth. Okay, how we're gonna do? Let me see what old hook nose Zuckerberg is gonna allow me to do here. The old hook nose, eagle beak. You know, it's funny. You know, people like him and Barbara Streisand, they refuse to get nose jobs with all their money because they want to stick their Jewishness in everybody's face because they know they've been getting preferential treatment for too long now, and they have been allowed to have control of way too much. That's funny. Juneteenth. Little Chucky Schumer. Little Chucky Schumer. Up, look who's here. The troll. Hold on. Let me bring up little Chucky Schumer. Old Buttercup. Look at this. Now, I can't share this jabroni. Look at this. He won't do it, the motherfucker. I wonder who this is. He not my mysticism. Look at this. That's all right. I don't care. I do what I want when I want, any times I want. That's what Dusty Rhodes says when he joined the NWO. I do what I want, when I want, how I want, any times I want. That's what I do's. He was my highly esteemed senior senator from New York for many, many years. He spoke at my high school and college graduations. Okay, let's get down to what he has to say. The little Chucky Schumer. The little Chucky Schumer. All right. Now, how come? What the fuck is going on here?
Last night, President Trump plunged the country into chaos. Without a shred of warning, the Trump administration announced a halt to virtually all federal funds across the country. In an instant, Donald Trump has shut off billions, perhaps trillions of dollars that directly support states, cities, towns, schools, hospitals, small businesses, and most of all, American families. This is a dagger at the heart of the average American family in red states, in blue states, in cities, in suburbs, in rural areas. It is just outrageous. Funds for things like disaster assistance, local law enforcement, rural hospitals, aid to the elderly, food for people in need, all are on the chopping block in this new administration. Why? They need tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy, and these cuts, they think, will fund them. This decision is lawless, dangerous, destructive, cruel. It's illegal. It's unconstitutional. Plain and simple, this is Project 2025. Project 2025 by another name. They knew how unpopular Project 2025 was, but the right-wing ideologues are still in control. So they had to do it in a different way, but it has the same consequences and will have the same horrible, negative, overwhelming reaction from the American people.
Okay, all right. He's absolutely right. Hit the nail right on the head. Let's see, what do we got here? Let me do a post from Bernie Sanders. Let's see where he's on. Not yet, Bernie Sanders. Not yet. I don't know where the hell this is from. I remember when that stupid Sarah Palin called Bernie Sanders Bernice Anders. I think, remember her fat slut daughter, Bristol Palin? Yeah, Moosecock, sucker of Moosecock. During that time, they did a porno movie called Nailin' Palin, where they had the girl with the same hairstyle and eyeglasses as Sarah Palin. It was called Nailin' Palin. Just like many years before that, they came out with a porno movie called Romancing the Bone. Instead of Romancing the Stone. No, play on words. Romancing the Bone. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny, guys? I love mushrooms. I'm a fun guy.
Next question is, all Trump does is lie, but people in my family believe him. Is there a way to break through to them? That is a very, very important question. And I wish I could tell you that I had a simple answer. Look, in a democracy, we are supposed to respectfully listen to people who have different points of view than we do, argue it out. That's called democracy. I believe in that. I love that. But what we are seeing now is a massive amount of lies and disinformation coming from Trump and many of his supporters. And what is a problem on top of that is when you got Mr. Musk owning Twitter and propagating that misinformation and those lies, it becomes a very difficult problem. Again, thinking outside of the box, we have got to use the tools that are available to us on social media to contradict, to take on the lies that Trump and others are talking about. So don't be afraid to do that. Do your research, take them on, and I think we can help create an alternative type of media as best we can to take on the lies that are.
That's right. He's right on the money, as always. Oh, gosh, we have so much material here. So much material. I'm going to leave science. I'm going to leave science for last. I don't even know if we'll be able to get through all this. Gee, I never run out of material. So, now what? Hold on. Oh, frick. Shit. I was afraid this was going to happen. Fucking Zuckerberg strikes again, that big nose bastard. He strikes again. There's no way to control the video. You have to watch the whole thing and have it play at the beginning. That rat bastard. Skooma, as my grandfather used to say.
President Donald Trump launches his deportation campaign. The White House releasing these pictures, dozens of migrants in chains boarding C-17 aircraft. The flights landing in Guatemala carrying roughly 160 people, men and women.
Deportation's going very well.
Today, the Trump administration's new border czar, Tom Homan, telling me it's only the beginning.
Is that going to be a constant commitment from the U.S. military every single day to take deportees out?
Yes.
This as the military buildup on the border escalates. 1,500 active duty personnel, Army and Marines deploying. Their mission to support enhanced detection and monitoring efforts and repair and replace physical barriers. ABC's Matt Rivers on the ground in San Diego.
So right now these Marines are offloading concertina wire. They're going to bring it right down to the border to reinforce it. It's clearly meant to be a deterrent against future migration. And these kinds of supply flights, we might see a lot more of them over the coming months.
Far from the border, ICE raids and arrests in cities across the country in the days since the president was sworn in, some of them likely long planned, but a clear sign of what's to come. Boston, New York, and Newark, New Jersey. Newark's mayor saying agents raided a small business without a warrant, detaining American citizens in the process.
People were fingerprinted. Pictures of their IDs and face were taken there. When I got this information, I was appalled.
The Trump administration releasing numbers showing 538 arrests over the past 24 hours. The White House saying they're initially targeting undocumented immigrants who have committed violent crimes. But Homan acknowledges not everyone swept up in the raids fits that profile. And he has a stark warning to anyone who's in the country illegally.
So is this what we will see every single day, ending in what the president has promised is millions and millions being deported?
Yes, but you're going to see the numbers steadily increase, the number of arrests nationwide as we open up the aperture. Right now it's concentrating public safety threats, national security threats. That's a smaller population.
So after you do that, then you go after everybody who is there illegally.
If you're in the country illegally, you're on the table, because it's not okay to, violate laws of this country. So if you're in the country illegally, you got a problem. And that's why I'm hoping those who are in the country illegally who have not been ordered removed by the federal judge should leave.
Well, but the problem is they're racially profiling. You know, they detained Puerto Rican Americans just simply because they're Latino and they were speaking Spanish, but they're American citizens. Puerto Ricans, people from Puerto Rico are American citizens. So I think there's more to it than just doing what needs to be done. I think there could be typical Republican racial profiling. Let's see. Let me check this out. Well, actually, you know what? Let me save the science for last. Oh, man. Crap. We got so much material. Shut up. Oh, this is important. The oligarch wants to create these smart cities where they have total control over your life. Very interesting. Okay, it's not a good. It's not a good thing. Yeah, well, he did capitulate a bit to Elizabeth Warren. Bernie Longballs Sanders set at the congressional hearings for JFK Jr. I did not accept $1.5 million from Big Pharma. Bernie did an excellent job interrogating the crazy RFK Jr. He did a great job. But then again, I watched a video where RFK Jr. makes some excellent points. So I'm not, bashing RFK Jr. for everything. But what he should have done with Elizabeth Warren is he should have raised his voice, because it was a debate. And he should have said, yeah, what I told you may have sounded harsh, but it's true. The United States is not ready to elect a female president, just like they are not ready to elect what do you call a Klingon or a Mars or an extraterrestrial. It's true. America is not ready for that. All right. He should have said that. You see, she should have said, I'm being realistic. You could try to run for president, but you got a snowball's chance in hell. No chance in hell. You got, remember Vince McMahon's song? You got no chance. No chance in hell. You got no chance. No chance in hell.
3-minute cities is something that the WEF has created called C40, and it's called C40 cities. I would urge you to certainly look on the internet about it. Basically, you won't be able to drive a petrol or diesel car anymore. You'll have to buy electric. If you want food, you will get a calorie controlled system sent to you by text saying this is what you can eat today, this is what you can have today. If you violate any of these things, they'll freeze your bank account. That is the next step. These are stages in which they're going to implement this stuff, and this was signed up by the WEF, and the WEF has signed up with our mayor in London as the chair, and he has gone around the world to communicate this C40 to all of the countries in the
Sounds like fascism to me, gentlemen. Fascism.
world, and most of the countries are looking at adopting it. Now, I am going to abolish it. It is a hopeless position. We are going to be in an open prison, or shall we say a COVID, for the rest of our lives. We will not be able to work unless it's in our 15-minute city. It's diabolical. It's not right. This is not the right thing. And it's been hidden from the public. No one's talking about it.
That's right. You're damn tootin'. And you know what? It sounds like the end time prophecy, gentlemen. Ronnie Simpson sounds like end time prophecy, just like Paul Anthony Mantia says. I will be sending him a link later on this evening. Let's see. Now, what is this? I call it cult. A cult. Let's see what this is about. I can't memorize every damn thing I say, but they're usually good. You've got no chance. No chance in hell. You've got no chance. No chance in hell. Oh, wait a minute. James, I just seen a YouTube video on Bob Menendez, ex-senator of New Jersey. Oh, yeah. 11 years in prison. Well, yeah, he's very corrupt. What else is new concerning New Jersey politics? Politics. New Jersey politics. It's corrupt. They're all scumbags. That's what happens in the capitalist system. You have scumbags. Skooma, as Grandpa used to say in Italian. Comrade Madonna, would you agree with the statement from Karl Marx? To each according to his ability, to each his needs. Yes, Karl Marx was a wonderful man. He's a great man. I agree with that. P-Crotch is not available internationally overseas. Really? That's surprising. Interesting. Interesting. You've got no chance in hell, Elizabeth Warren, Pocahontas. You've got no chance in hell. And that's true. I'd say she did not have a chance. Neither did Hillary. Neither did Kamala Harris. Okay, let me see. Can I make this full screen? No, they're not giving me the option of making this full screen. They suck. Zuckerberg, you're a piece of shit.
My name is Dr. Stephen Hassan. I'm a cult expert with 45 years of experience.
Oh, I apologize. I just found it. I apologize, old Eagle Beak.
If you want to mind control someone, confuse them. The easiest way to confuse a person is to overload them.
Sadists who prey on children are released on bail, but there is no bail and there is no bond. Unique, never happened before.
Trump is a master at understanding how to say outrageous things, confusing things, and taking advantage of people.
You look at Singapore, you look at other countries where they have the death penalty, they have no drug problem whatsoever. And if we did that, in 1 year, even if it was not strong, because it's never going to be quite like China.
I wrote a book called The Cult of Trump. It was not an easy decision to agree to do it. There's valid criticism that by calling people who believe in Trump a cult member would be offended by that. And I don't say it easily, and I don't say it with malice, because I was in a cult. There are multiple ways to tell whether a group falls on the ethical or benign or even productive end of the influence continuum as a cult. And when people say, Steve, what's an example of a benign cult? Then I say, well, I'm a scuba diver, And I spend large amounts of money traveling around the world, but I can have a conversation with anyone else who does scuba diving, even though they're a complete stranger. People can be sports cult fanatics. I've only used Apple since 1982, and I currently own about 10 different devices. A healthy cult will tell you honestly who they are, what they believe, and what they want from you if you join. Whereas authoritarian cults will lie blatantly, withhold vital information, or distort it to make it palatable for you. A healthy cult will always honor your conscience, will never tell you who you can associate with, what you can read or what you can't read, what TV show to watch. A mind control cult will control all of that.
Oh, sounds like it ended. Hold on, people. Oh, man. I'm back. No, I'm telling you, the end times, end time prophecy, no. This one is direct. What's this? A post from Bill Madden. This guy, I like this guy's videos. This is coming from TikTok. This is coming from the one and only TikTok. Hold on. Brother Madonna, I love the tarot cards, but would you ever consider doing maybe a Ouija board? No, because it's dangerous. I don't want any demonic entities coming in here, but I do have something. I do have a ghost hunter app where spirits communicate, like Ovilus. They actually talk and appear on the app, and I've used it with accuracy. But I don't just do tarot cards. It's tarot cards followed by astrological forecasts, followed by numerology forecasts, and ending with the ancient Chinese divination of I Ching. Now, here, this motherfucker, here we have, I will condemn people who turn to mediums and psychics and chase after them as though they were prostitutes. I will exclude them from the people. Oh, here we go. We have a religious fanatic, possibly an evangelical, that thinks that everything in life is either God or Satan, God or the devil. Interesting how this works. Okay, where was I before I was rudely interrupted? Well, the exorcist bishop, Catholic bishop, actually the exorcist bishop from the hit show Ghost Adventures, Brian Ouellette, said, there is nothing to worry about with mysticism and divination. But the Ouija board is a different story. It's not a toy. It's not a toy.
Donald Trump doesn't give a shit about police, and he definitely doesn't give a shit about crime. Let's look at the facts. First, you have to understand that Trump views everyone who serves the public as members of one giant gullible club. Look what he said about John McCain and Gold Star families. Look what he did at Arlington National Cemetery, not to mention suckers and losers. Ultimately, this is because Trump looks down at anyone who sacrifices anything for anyone because he doesn't understand the fundamental nature of sacrifice. And as a result, he hates those people when they get attention. This is why he had no issue pardoning 1,600 violent criminals, including one guy who tased a police officer officer in the throat until the police officer had a heart attack on camera, and another guy who beat a police officer with a metal pole on camera, including 69 other criminals who admitted to assaulting police officers with a deadly weapon because they were caught on camera. He tells us the border is the problem because violent criminals are coming through, but the Border Control tracks this, and they told us that in all of 2024, 1,084 non-citizens were arrested for assault, battery, or DV. In other words, Trump is going to have to arrest people at the border for a year and a half just to make up for the number of violent criminals he pardoned in one day. But the people he pardoned were one color, and the people at the border are a different color. All this together is why the police union that endorsed Trump rescinded their endorsement after only 3 days of his tenure. When are people going to learn? After 10 years, Trump has proven he cannot be changed, he cannot be fixed, and he cannot be understood. Because Donald Trump is a piece of shit. And pieces of shit.
Damn right, man. This guy's right on the money. Brother Madden is right on the money. All right, let's see what this is about. Post from Democratic Wins Media. Oh, it's from TikTok also. TikTok. Hold on, brother. Hold on. Let me see. I'm trying to. It's like I'm Peacock headquarters is in Pennsylvania. Really? That's why before WWE, Netflix pay-per-view live was available on WWE Network for international. That's right. That's right. WWE Network. James is paying $7.99 each for. No, I'm not paying shit. I ain't paying nothing. I ain't paying nothing, man. I shop like a Jew. Always enjoy your show, Brother Madonna. Keep it real. Keep it real and cop a feel. But never squeal. All right. There we go. Keep it real, keep it real, keep it real, cop a feel. Grab him by the pussy. Remember? Donald Trump says, gotta grab him by the pussy and we start kissing him. Let's see.
You saw Mark Zuckerberg there on Joe Rogan's podcast last week. Another comment he made during the interview was about why masculine energy, his phrase, was so important. He said, quote, I think corporate culture was really trying to get away from it. Those comments were discussed by my next guest, Scott Galloway, along with tech journalist Kara Swisher on their podcast Pivot. Here's what Swisher said.
What I don't get, and this is the one part, and this is a personal message from me, is all of you have children, and Mark, you have 3 daughters. You are not a good parent right now to your daughters. What you're doing is reprehensible to your children. You're going to regret what you're doing right now and the words that are coming out of your mouth for reasons I don't know. Get off social media, get off of interviews. Everything you say seems stupider and stupider. It's shameful what you're doing, especially, if you had sons, I think it's shameful, but it's particularly shameful when you have 3 daughters.
Well, perspective now from...
So what does this woman want to do? She wants to emasculate men. She wants sons, young boys, to become feminine, metrosexuals, they used to call them. To feminize, to emasculate men, so women can control them. She looks like a feminist. She does have a feminist look to her. A man hater.
Scott Galloway, professor of marketing at NYU Stern School of Business, also host of the Raging Moderates podcast, and as I mentioned, co-host of Pivot with Kara Swisher. Scott, Kara Swisher obviously feels very strongly about Mark Zuckerberg there. When you heard that Elon Musk, well, it must make sense, but Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, other tech leaders are seated on the dais at the inauguration, did that surprise you at all, given what we've seen over the last couple of weeks?
I would describe it as shocking, not surprising, when the same people who gave 0 to the inauguration committee for Biden, who so far as I know, given 0 to the Wildfire Relief Fund, all give $1 million to the Trump inaugural committee and go up there to sort of bend a knee. Feels like we've gone full oligarch. it's kind of disappointing because I just don't think these individuals necessarily support his policies, but you could argue most generously they're being good fiduciaries for their shareholders, recognizing that if they compliment and support the president and give him and his inaugural committee money, they're going to see a return on that. But that's basically an oligarchy. So I think it's shocking, but not surprising.
And you think money is at the root of it for Zuckerberg? I mean, he's got plenty of money.
Everything, as far as I can tell, you always bet on the money thing. It's, I mean,
Okay.
a lot of us.
He looks like fucking Soupy Sales with a bigger nose.
Would do that for a lot less, but what's the point of having all this money if you're not going to stand up for principles? The most generous thing you can say about Mark Zuckerberg right now is that he's being a pragmatic billionaire and totally focused on shareholder value, as are, to be fair, Jeff Bezos and Tim Cook. But at some point, what's the point of having all this money if you can't stand up for traditional American values, or quite frankly, just stick up the middle finger to someone who's trying to intimidate you or threaten to put you in prison?
TikTok is also hosting an event during the inaugural festivities to celebrate influencers who campaigned for Trump. I know, obviously, the app CEO is also expected to attend the inauguration. They're set to be banned in the coming days by U.S. law. Though now there's a scramble from both parties to extend the deadline, possibly stop the ban altogether. What do you read into the CEO being there? Is that's also, I guess, purely transactional?
Jeffrey Ask gave, I think, $100 million to the GOP Senate campaign, and all of a sudden he's one of the largest investors and owners, American owners in TikTok, and all of a sudden we're reconsidering a law that was passed by 80 senators. And in the great serious succession, Logan Roy says in a negotiation with his children, "You are not serious people." Are we a serious country when the president signs a ban against a foreign adversary, and then on the eve of the ban, we blink? What happens the next time we're negotiating a trade agreement or trying to negotiate them not invading Taiwan? Are we a serious people? We're blinking. We're scrambling. They called our bluff.
I'm wondering what you thought when you heard Biden talk of a looming threat from a tech industrial complex.
Thought it was really appreciated. It reminded me of Eisenhower's warning of an emerging military industrial complex. There's too much power in too few hands. And we have a technology sector that is the most powerful people, the most powerful companies with almost no regulation. And as you know, Anderson, I think a lot about young men. We have the deepest pocketed, most well-resourced companies in the world, all trying to convince young men they can have a reasonable facsimile of life online with an algorithm. I have a 14-year-old son. TikTok, the average 14-year-old is spending 17 hours a week on TikTok.
It's terrifying.
I mean, it is a real threat. And social media, which has no regulation, continues, in my opinion, to increase teen depression, teen anxiety, and we're just watching it all happen. When we look back on this era, we'll regret income inequality, we'll regret the concentration of power, the weaponization of our elections, but the things you and I are going to regret, unfortunately, I think this will be figured out because your kids are so young, but the thing my generation will regret is how did we let this happen to our children?
But the thing I worry about with my kids, who are now 4 and almost 3, is with AI, if every job can be done better by some machine, and I'm talking, 5 years from now, what do most people do? I mean, what do you strive for? And the AI people say, well, you have time to really become to focus on what you're really interested in. But there is something good about striving. There is something good. I mean, there's a lot good. I spent a long time, pursuing something and working hard for something. If a machine can just do it, I'm terrified about what does everyone do?
In terms of AI, I'm actually an AI optimist. And with every technology, there's short-term fear about job destruction, about elevator operators or automation. Automation did destroy some jobs in the manufacturing sector in the short run, but we couldn't envision heated seats or car stereos. And over the long term, there's now more jobs in the global auto industry than before. I think AI will follow the same cadence as every technology, destroy some jobs in the short term, but create more jobs because there'll be so many opportunities. And the advice I would give to anybody who's worried about losing their job to AI is not going to take your job. Someone who understands AI is going to take your job. So put it another way, I think your kids are going to have a hard to imagine an even better life than you or me, in part because of these technologies like AI, which will create a lot of prosperity and a lot of jobs. I'm an AI optimist.
I'm an AI optimist as well. Guy's right on the money. He's right on the money. we're winding down to science involved in robotics. Let me see here. Let's see. What? Oh, that's Steve. No, that's Anderson Cooper. He's gay. He's married to a man. Anderson Cooper. You said Steve Martin lookalike, right? Okay. Yeah, Anderson Cooper. Not Anderson Pooper. Anderson Cooper.
How is this RC plane even flying? No traditional wings, just these weird spinning things. How is this possible? Alright, what you're seeing here is called the Magnus effect. You might have seen it before in a viral video. Remember when those guys spun a basketball backward and dropped it off a dam? And instead of falling straight down, it started to fly away. Yep, that was the Magnus effect. So the Magnus effect happens when a spinning object moves through the air. As it spins, it pulls air faster on one side and slows it down on the other. This creates a pressure difference that results in lift. In the basketball example, it flew off away from the dam. And in these planes, these spinning cylinders act just like that basketball. They're creating lift, allowing the plane to fly. Pretty wild, right? But wait, what's the benefit? Wait, how is this RC plane even flying? No traditional wings, just these weird spinning things. How is this possible? Alright, what you're seeing here is called the Magnus effect. You might...
Okay, they don't tell me when the video is beginning and ending. They're cocksuckers. They are cocksuckers, my friends. This is direct energy weapon. Very serious matter. But it was predicted by Edgar Cayce, the great Edgar Cayce, the legendary sleeping prophet Edgar Cayce, as well as I think even Nostradamus predicted the death ray. They called it the death ray. Yeah, I'm trying to. I can't bring up every comment. I can't bring up every comment because I have so much material that I have to go through. That I just want to say hi to Marvelous Mama from, I guess, either Middle or Northern California. How are you? How was your week, Marvelous Mama? The greatest deception men suffer is from their own opinions. Well, opinions are like assholes. Everybody has one. And a person should not volunteer them unless the subject is brought up, if they're asked for their opinion. But opinions should be backed by facts. That's how I look at it. All right. Let me move along, because if I slow down, I will be way behind, because I have a lot of things to do here on the show.
Can't get a straight answer out of it.
Hold on for a second. I don't know why the volume is loud in some videos and other videos is not. Really aggravates me. I really get very disgustipated.
Anybody.
I want to get the answers. And I was getting up in Canada with you.
Notice the flying over the helicopter. Those places with Bruce, he didn't do it.
energy weapons. Yes, the military grade laser is just about ready to be used. That will replace artillery and possibly even missiles eventually, not right away. We're winding down. Let me see how long this is. This is Bernie Sanders interrogating Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the interrogation. Ah. Blow it out of your ass. Blow it out. Blow it out of your ass. Hold on for a second. I can't. I can't be bringing up that many. I can only selectively choose certain comments because I really have to move along and get through this. Once I get through this, then I'm free, you know. But no, actually, I'm not free because I get the United States of America.
And I find myself in the unusual and uncomfortable position of having to agree with Senator Cassidy's line of questioning. Mr. Kennedy, in an interview in July 2023, you stated, quote, "I do believe autism does come from vaccines." And you have, the end of quote, and you have praised a gentleman named Andrew Wakefield for his research. What studies, you talk about the need to be science-based, to get our information, good information to make decisions. What studies have you utilized to come to the conclusion that vaccines cause autism?
I'm happy to sit down with you.
No, please, just answer me that.
I mean, look at the Mawson study, Senator.
The what? Yeah.
Mawson, just look at that study.
Yeah, I will, and that was published.
But I don't want to, I wouldn't rest on a single study.
Right.
And all studies can be better.
Okay. Don't mean to be rude. I don't have a lot of time.
Just saying
you would not be, I just heard you say you could not be happier if you were proved wrong. Mr. Chairman, I asked to put into the record 16 studies done by scientists and doctors all over the world saying that vaccines do not cause autism. Are you happy with that objection?
Look at the IOM assessment of those 16 studies, Senator. The IOM has assessed them. But listen,
let me get to it. Don't have a lot of time. I apologize. I'm happy to talk to you at another time. Don't have a lot of time. Let's talk about COVID. And I just want clarity on the issue. And again, I apologize. You have to be brief. We don't have a lot of time. Scientists have estimated that the COVID vaccine saved 3 million lives. President Trump said COVID vaccine was, quote, one of the great miracles of the ages, end quote. You have said the COVID vaccine was the deadliest vaccine ever made, end of quote. Was the COVID vaccine the deadliest vaccine ever made?
The reason I said that, Senator Sanders, is because there were more reports on the VAERS system, on the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, which is the only surveillance system, that and VSafe. And there were more reports of injuries and deaths than any other, than all other vaccines combined.
But was it the scientists said it saved 3 million
According
lives?
to VAERS. I don't know, because we don't have a good surveillance system.
So you disagree with the scientific community that...
Oh, I'm agnostic because we don't have the science to make that determination.
Really? Okay. Prescription drug prices in America, as you know.
And by the way, I think President Trump did an extraordinary job on warp speed because he wasn't just focusing on that one intervention. He was focusing on...
He called it a miracle, but you have cast doubts on its efficacy. All right. Prescription drugs. We're going to make America healthy. I agree with you that we need a revolution in the nature of food in America. physical exercise, etc. Very, very important. But there are people who are going to get sick, and they have to go to the doctor and find out why. 1 out of 4 Americans today cannot afford the prescription drugs their doctors prescribe because we pay by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. We made some progress under the Biden administration of negotiating prescription drug prices with pharma. First time that's ever happened. Now, yesterday you told me that the White House was going to issue something affirming their support for continuing those Medicare negotiations. Turned out not to be quite accurate. They came up with some bland statement, could have been written by pharma. Very specific questions. Do you believe and will you insist that Medicare continue to negotiate prices with the pharmaceutical industry so we can substantially lower prescription drug costs in America?
President Trump has made it very clear to me that he wants to negotiate.
Negotiate is a big word, Bobby. It's a big word.
It's the word you just used, Senator.
Yeah, but no, I use defend a particular law. Will you defend the law in the Inflation Reduction Act, which already is negotiating prescription drug prices?
President Trump wants us to negotiate drug price. He wants to lower drug prices.
So you're not telling me that you will defend the law that we passed, which has already had significant success?
Well, the Congress, look, I'm going to comply with the law, Senator. Congress passed the law. I'm swearing an oath to the Constitution. I'm going to comply with the laws.
You're going to have a significant influence on healthcare policy if you are.
And I'm going to comply with the laws.
Let me just say this in conclusion, Chairman Cassidy. President Trump and Mr. Kennedy are quite right when they say that our system is broken. They're right. Our economic system today is broken. 3 people own more wealth than the bottom half of American society. Wages have been stagnant for American workers for 50 years. The economy is broken. You know what? Our political system is broken and corrupt. You have a handful of billionaires in both political parties who contribute huge amounts of money to elect candidates in this room throughout the United States Congress. That is a broken political system and a real threat to democracy. Our healthcare system is broken. And it's broken for some of the reasons that Mr. Kennedy indicated. We have not paid attention to the fact that we have massive amounts of chronic disease. We have not answered the question why in the richest country in the history of the world, our life expectancy is lower than it is in countries far poorer than we are. So I think in many ways, President Trump and Mr. Kennedy have asked some of the right questions. Problem is their answers will only make a bad situation worse. So let me ask Mr. Kennedy again. If we want to make America healthy, will you assure the American people that you will fight to do what every other major country on earth does, guarantee health care to every single American?
I'm going to make America healthier than other countries in the world right now.
Will you guarantee do what every other major country does? That's a simple question.
And by the way, Bernie, the problem of corruption is not just in the federal agencies, it's in Congress too. Almost all the members of this panel are accepting, including yourself, are accepting millions of dollars from the pharmaceutical industry.
And
protecting their interests.
Oh, I thought that would come. No. I ran for president like you. I got millions and millions of contributions. They did not come from the executives, not one nickel of PAC money from the pharmaceutical industry. They came from workers.
In 2020, you were the single largest
because I had
receiver of pharmaceutical money
contributions from workers all over this country. Workers,
you were the
not a nickel from corporate
Bernie,
PACs.
you were the single largest acceptor of pharmaceutical dollars.
No, from workers in the industry.
1.5 million.
Yeah, out of 200 million. All right, but you have not answered. Last question. You have not answered my question.
Mr. Chairman, we're 3 minutes.
How do we make America healthy if you don't guarantee health care?
Chairman, we're literally 3 minutes over here now.
Well,
how long does it keep going? At some time, you're just battering the witness, Bernie.
Not battering the witnesses.
Yes, you are. And you're getting upset at him. You're going at him just like anybody else would.
We'll come to order. Bernie, he's going over.
Sounds like that guy that was hitting the mallet is a right winger, and I don't like the dirty look he was giving Bernie Sanders. I punch his lights out, man. I crack him right across the jaw, giving Bernie Sanders a dirty look like that. Son of a bitch. Oh, all right, hold on. I gotta move along. I think I got too many topics this week. Well, this one might be. Jon Stewart calls BS on MAGA's patriotism. All right. Ay. Hold on. Good morning, Masumi from Chiba Prefecture, Japan. Good morning to you, Masumi. It is now Sunday morning in Japan, possibly either 10:08 or 11:08 a.m. Sunday in Japan. How are you today, Masumi? And thank you for stopping by, saying a good morning. Right, it was great to hear from Masumi. I just have to move along. I swear I wanted to knock that guy out really bad. That was giving Brother Sanders a dirty look.
I'd rather have Donald Trump as a dictator for 4 years. Absolutely. This country needs a dictator. I hate to say that, but it's the truth.
He could stand on the front steps of the White House and commit murder, and I'm with him.
If he says it, then I'll go with it. And if he wants to be a dictator, then so be it.
This is it. The Thomas Nast cartoon. Patriots festooned in American flags, co-signing dictatorship. Remember We the People? You know there's more words after that, right? Smaller font, still binding. Look, if you want to love Trump, love him. Go to the rallies, buy the sneakers. You want to give him absolute power? You want him to be the leader uber alles? You want him to have the right of kings? You do you. But stop framing it as patriotism. Because the one thing you cannot say is that Donald Trump is following the tradition of the founders. He is advocating for complete and total presidential immunity. His words, not mine. That is monarchy shit. And it's your right to support it. But just do me a favor for historical accuracy. Next time you want to dress up at the rallies, wear the right colored coats.
That's right. Jon Stewart is absolutely right on the money. Oh boy. Well, the robotic ones are short. Let me just get good old Robert Reich out of the way. He's also right on the money. Brother Reich. What? Brother Reich. You're very welcome, Masumi. You're very welcome as always. Hey, look who's here. Haven't seen you in a long time. Texas Storm Chaser. Ahoy from Texas. Deep in the heart of Texas. The Yellow Rose of Texas. Now tell me something. San Antonio looks like a fun place, you know, with all the Mexican food and possibly music, mariachis and all that. The Riverwalk, is that a man-made canal, or is that a natural creek or a river, a natural river? I mean, it's okay if it's a man-made canal. I don't have a problem with that. It looks nice though. You know, it'd be nice if they had like gondolas going back and forth on the canal in San Antonio. That would be interesting. Okay. Yeah, then there's another famous barbecue place outside of Austin, Texas called the Salt Lick. Salt Lick. All right.
To cut the corporate tax rate down to 15%. This would give the 5 largest banks a $4.1 billion tax cut. The 5 largest drug makers a $3.1 billion tax cut. The 5 largest U.S. oil companies a $2.2 billion tax cut. And the 5 largest grocery stores a $1.7 billion tax cut. Some populist, huh?
Right. Some populace indeed. Good. That was it. That wasn't too long. It's the second Robert Reich. Well, I have more control over. Hey, what's going on? Whoop, whoop, whoop. This is what kills me about that hook-nosed motherfucker. Is I have no way to control some of these videos. There's just no way to do it. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Salt Lick. Yes. I don't think walls work 100% of the time, but they definitely slow them down. The illegal immigration, migration, whatever. The migrating criminal element. It definitely slows them down. I mean, President Obrador of Mexico proved to Donald Trump that there was a very modern, lovely tunnel going from Mexico, from Baja, Mexico, underneath, and all the way to San Diego. You know, I mean, but then again, after 6 years of Obrador's democratic socialism and using the Mexican military to fight the criminal element, much of that has been reduced, and also they are in the process of getting rid of all the corrupt judges in Mexico, and they're using Mexican special forces to attack and fight the criminal element. But walls are not 100%, but I think they do slow them down. So, you know, look, instead of having almost 1,000 American military bases around the world occupying other countries with American military bases, they should bring the troops home, bring the military personnel back home, and put them on the southern border and finish the wall. Finish the wall, repair the walls that have been damaged or abandoned. You know, they weren't finished building it. You know, have them get that wall up. Now, you can't have the wall 100% wall because there's mountain ranges. You know, and I don't think the illegal immigrants want to travel through those mountains because, you know, there are jaguars now and cougars and black bear and, you know, and the treacherous terrain. So you don't really need a wall there. You got nature's wall. But I like the wall. I say, yeah, finish the wall. Finish the wall. All right? That's my answer. Okay, where was I? Now, you don't want to talk about the river walk? You don't want to talk about great Mexican food? That's all right, then. That's all right. What about barbecue? You don't want to talk about barbecue? Barbecue.
Flurry of executive orders and mandates since his inauguration. What do they have in common? Well, all of them help the oligarchs, and none of them help you. Taking away funding for federal aid programs relied upon by millions. Firing independent inspectors general, the watchdogs for federal agencies. Instituting a hiring freeze so that financial regulators like the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, who protect your money, cannot function. Revoking an executive order aimed at lowering prescription drug prices. And his despicable deportation spree that's enriching the private prison industry that backed.
By the way, what the hell is that bald-headed Dr. Phil doing at the border with ICE agents? Why doesn't he mind his own damn business? He's a psychologist. Okay? There's no reason for him to be there. Unbelievable.
His campaign. This is just a small portion of the damage Trump has wrought so far, and most of it will be challenged in the courts, but it's sending a message. None of this has anything to do with the economic populism, the working class populism that Trump ran on. Trump is implementing a plan to make the wealthiest people in America far wealthier and more powerful, including himself. He wants to turn American democracy into a giant corporation run by a handful of absurdly rich men. Don't let him distract you from the fact that he and his billionaire buddies are trying to ransack the country in broad daylight. We cannot give up the...
Tell that to the tens of millions of Americans that decided not to vote in November about giving up the fight. They talk a lot of shit every day on social media complaining, but when push comes to shove, you know, when the balls are to the wall, the election time comes, they don't show up. The psychology of Trump. Now, this is very interesting. Wait a second, young man. Wait a second. Now, this is a very important video. Okay, I did that already. The border wall.
World.
I didn't activate it. What the fuck? Is somebody trying to control my what I'm doing here? Son of a bitch.
The first thing to understand about Mr. Trump is that he does inhabit a completely different mental world, and he inhabits it naturally, and he inhabits it very gracefully. He lives in a world of fiction. Mr. Trump is not a traditional person who has made a career where he's had to deal with life around him. He's never actually been that successful in grappling with any particular element of reality. Where he has been successful is as a character on television. He's never been a successful businessman, but he has played a successful businessman on television. He understands not the rules of reality, but the rules of fiction. So for him, there's no such thing as lying, because there's no such thing as the truth. We're all just in this story together. So the ways in which he's able to bring us into the world are, first of all, just by saying all the time things that aren't true. A typical politician will lie now and then, but a typical politician will also recognize the principle that there is truth, and so when caught in a lie, might apologize. In Mr. Trump's case, that never happens, because he very specifically and intentionally wants to fill up the whole space with untruth, to fill up everything with untruth so that we're confused. The second stage is, once we get there, once he changes the office of the presidency, so it's no longer about talking about the world, but instead about creating a story, then he says, distrust everyone else. There's nothing that's really true. It's just my opinion and your opinion. And since I'm the president and I have media behind me, in the end of the day, it's going to be my opinion that matters. Once we get to that point where everybody doubts everything and it's only the person who has the most media or the biggest Twitter account who counts, at that point, it's very hard to have anything like a democracy.
This guy's right on the money. You know who else is on the money too? Donald Trump's niece. I think her name is Mary Trump. Blow it out of your ass. Blow it out of your ass. Blow it out of your ass. This is robot car parkers. We're zipping along, people. Oh, Facebook. Hawk Nose is doing it again. There's no control over the video. It really gets on my fucking nerve. What do you mean, my boy Speed? You mean Jason Speed? What? Jason Speed? You gotta be kidding. Jason Speed is in the Royal Rumble? No wonder why he won't say anything about this. Oh, that rascal. That rascal. Oh, very good investigative journalism there, Mr. Ronnie Simpson. Very good. You're getting like Gabriel Salaya. Very good. Son of a gun. So Jason Speed is officially as seen on TV, as seen in the WWE pay-per-view Royal Rumble 2025. I'm very proud of that whippersnapper. Very proud of that whippersnapper. No, he's a light-skinned Puerto Rican. His father was a career pro wrestler from the Caribbean. He in English he was known as the White Angel. No, they're far from black. Are you sure you got the right speed racer? I don't know. Get your information straight, otherwise I'll take back your journalism talents. Don't be like other conspiracy theory cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs that I know. If you know what I mean. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Yeah, well, my friend is Jason Speed. He's light skinned. He's a light skinned Puerto Rican. You know? How about that? Gotta love technology. Hopefully this is not a long one. It better not be. Upload it. Balls. Nicholson, my balls. Nicholson, my balls. I hate obnoxious, fast-talking females doing commercials. Nicholson, my balls.
These are the top humanoids coming for sale in 2025, but what will they cost to replace humans, and which has the best tech and value? Number 1. Engine AI's SE01, which will be priced between $20,000 to $27,000, and with 32 degrees of freedom as well as joint torque up to 330 Newton meters, it excels in flexibility and complex movements. Plus, it features a natural gait with a walking speed of 3 kilometers per hour using its end-to-end neural networks. And for power, the 80-kilogram, 180-centimeter tall robot offers 2 hours of battery, an aluminum exoskeleton for durability, and open-source adaptability with modular head and hand interfaces, making it cost-effective and versatile. But in comparison to a human worker, this robot would work for an average cost of just under $55 per day, to operate at $2.29 per hour if running 24/7. Number 2. Engine AI's PM01 is priced at $13,000 USD. Standing 138 centimeters tall and weighing 40 kilograms, it features 23 degrees of freedom with 5 per arm and 1 in the neck, as well as 320-degree waist rotation for complex movements. Additionally, its legs offer 6 degrees of freedom, providing a walking speed of 2 meters per second and 2 hours of battery life with a swappable 10,000 milliamp-hour battery. And with dual Intel N97 and NVIDIA Jetson Orin chips, depth cameras, and an aluminum exoskeleton, this robot's price tag means it works for about $35.61 per day, or just $1.48 per hour. Number 3. Neura's 4NE1 humanoid priced between $15,000 to $45,000 USD. Standing 180 centimeters tall and weighing 80 kilograms, it features 3D vision for object and gesture recognition, force torque sensors for touch, and a touchless human detection system for safety. Plus, it carries a payload of up to 15 kilograms and can move at a speed of up to 3 kilometers per hour, while featuring exchangeable forearms for task adaptability. On top of this, it's powered by the Neuraverse platform and NVIDIA's Omniverse, making it easy to automate repetitive tasks while improving efficiency at home and work. And as for price, this robot could operate for a cost of between $41 to $123 per day, or as low as $1.70 per hour. Number 4. Fourier Intelligence's GR2 humanoid is projected to cost between $80,000 to $100,000. Standing 175 centimeters tall and weighing 63 kilograms, this robot features 53 degrees of freedom for fluid human-like movements. In fact, in each of its hands it features a total of 12 degrees of freedom with 6 tactile sensors for precision tasks. And thanks to Fourier's smart actuators with 380 Newton meters of peak torque as well as a dual encoder system for high accuracy, the GR2 also integrates the Fourier toolkit, supporting NVIDIA, Isaac Lab, Mujoko, and ROS frameworks. And in comparison to a human, this robot is slated to cost between $219 and $274, or about $9 an hour on the low end if being operated 24 hours per day. Number 5. Apptronic's Apollo humanoid is priced at $50,000, with this 173 centimeter tall robot weighing 160 pounds and featuring over 70 degrees of freedom. And when it comes to power, Apollo can even lift 25 kilogram payloads and features AI-powered object and zone detection using its onboard depth camera and LiDAR system. And with 4 hours of battery runtime, Apollo is ideal for a range of tasks in industrial settings. Plus, it's already working in several Mercedes car plants right now. And as for cost, this robot can operate for $137 per day, or just $5.70 per hour if running continuously. Number 6. Unitree's G1 humanoids cost between $39,900 to $65,900, depending on which model, with all 4 models sharing the core specifications of being 127 centimeters tall while weighing 35 kilograms. Plus, G1 humanoids all feature aluminum alloy frames, a 9,000 mAh battery with a 2-hour runtime, built-in 3D LiDAR and depth cameras. Plus, the robot can reach speeds of up to 2 meters per second, featuring between 23 to 43 degrees of freedom depending on the model, with all models featuring flexible knees, shoulders, elbows, wrists, and ankles to enable lifelike movements for applications at home and at work. And in comparison to a human, the G1 has a daily cost of between about $109 and $183, with its hourly cost being as low as just $4.55 if running 24 hours per day. Number 7.
Asset management is foundational to cybersecurity and IT. But having an accurate understanding of what's in your environment.
Xpeng's iron humanoid is expected to cost around $100,000, standing 173 centimeters tall and weighing 70 kilograms. And while iron is powered by Xpeng's Turing AI chip with a 40-core processor plus an integrated Eagle vision system, it utilizes an end-to-end AI model for autonomous movement and human-like postures. Plus, with over 60 joints and a total of 200 degrees of freedom, including 15 in each of its hands, iron is capable of executing extremely intricate tasks. And when it comes to the price, iron is expected to cost about $274 per day to operate, or $11.41 per hour. Number 8. Poodoo Robotics D9 humanoid's price is expected to be between $20,000 to $30,000. Standing at 170 centimeters tall and weighing 65 kilograms, the D9 features 42 degrees of freedom with a maximum joint torque of 352 Newton meters. And because it's equipped with DH11 hands that are capable of dual operations, it can handle payloads of over 20 kilograms per arm, with each arm boasting 7 degrees of freedom. Furthermore, its design supports walking, obstacle navigation, slope climbing, and cleaning, achieving speeds of up to 2 meters per second, and using its advanced AI, 3D mapping, and precise self-navigation, the D9 is expected to cost between about $58 to $82 per day, or as low as just $2.41 per hour. Number 9. AGI Bots A2 humanoid is expected to cost between $75,000 to $150,000. Standing 169 centimeters tall and weighing 69 kilograms, it features a 700 watt-hour battery with 2 hours of runtime. Plus, its dual arms and dual ratio reduction joint modules collectively feature over 40 degrees of freedom, delivering a peak torque of 520 Newton meters. And in terms of its artificial intelligence, the robot uses a 3D SLAM algorithm, as well as vector flux planning and control algorithms, allowing the robot to autonomously operate in complex environments. The A2 may cost around $205 per day, or $8.56 per hour. Number 10. Tiangong's general-purpose humanoid is projected to be priced between $50,000 and $95,000, with this robot standing 163 centimeters tall and weighing 43 kilograms, all powered by a 48-volt 15-amp-hour battery. As for its intelligence, Tiangong uses state memory-based predictive reinforcement imitation learning, allowing it to reach speeds of 12 kilometers per hour while navigating slopes, stairs, and uneven surfaces with its array of inertial and 6-axis force sensors. And Tiangong's daily cost is expected to fall somewhere between $137 and $260, or as low as $5.70 per hour. Number 11. Robot Era's Star 1 humanoid is expected to cost around $110,000, and for good reason. Standing 171 centimeters tall and weighing 63 kilograms, the Star 1 achieved speeds of 3.6 meters per second during a 34-minute run, thanks to its 400 Newton-meter joint motors with precision planetary reducers and high-speed communication modules. In fact, the robot features 55 degrees of freedom and has a daily cost of around $300 per day to operate at a cost of about $12.55 per hour. Number 12. Boston Dynamics Atlas is expected to cost around $200,000, with this 150 centimeter tall humanoid robot weighing 89 kilograms while being powered by a custom battery, and with 28 hydraulic joints. It achieves speeds of 2.5 meters per second and performs dynamic whole-body movements like leaps and somersaults. With all of this, the robot should cost around $548 per day to operate, or $22.83 per hour. Number 13. 1X's Neo-humanoid will likely cost around $40,000, with the robot standing 167 centimeters tall and weighing 30 kilograms. On top of this, Neo features bio-inspired anatomy that can lift objects up to 20 kilograms and walk at speeds of up to 12 kilometers per hour. Additionally, Neo's hands offer 20 degrees of freedom each, with the robot likely costing about $109 per day to operate, or about $4.56 per hour. Number 14. Figures 02 humanoid will cost between $30,000 to $150,000, including AI-powered microphones and speakers for GPT-like interactions. A vision language model supported by 6 RGB cameras for autonomous operation, enhanced joint torque, human-like hands with 16 degrees of freedom, and a 2.25 kilowatt-hour battery. But this price range will mean it'll cost between around $82 and $411 per 8, or $3.41 per hour on the low end. Number 15. Tesla's Optimus Gen 2 robot is expected to cost between $20,000 and $30,000, with the robot standing 173 centimeters tall with a weight of just 56 kilograms. Additionally, it features upgrades to its balance control, while its hands will feature 22 degrees of freedom and a max carrying capacity of 20 kilograms. Finally, the Optimus Gen 2 robot is expected to cost under $55 per day to run, or just $2.28 per hour. Anyways, tell us which robot you think has the best bang for...
I like the China's robots. I like China's robots. Let me see. Well, we're winding down. Don't worry, people. We're winding down with science. No, it's probably the wrong speed, the wrong Jason. Well, Jason Speed is the guy I know. So you got the person. You're mistaken.
Robots are increasingly available in a more or less humanoid shape, working alongside human beings. Here are some of the leading robots in the space, or coming soon.
No. There's no sense of playing that. Here's China's best. Now we're talking. China's best robots. It is by far my favorite robot. Okay. We embrace technology with a passion here. Science. Just call me George Jetson.
This robot may be one of the smoothest running humanoids out there. Or at least that's what the robotics company behind it is saying. Unitree first announced its latest humanoid robot, the G1, back in May of 2024, and has recently released a video showing off some of its new capabilities in what they're calling an agile upgrade. Standing at 4 feet 3 inches tall and weighing about 77.2 pounds, the G1 comes in both shorter and lighter than the 5 foot 8 inches tall, 170 pound Optimus, a similar looking humanoid robot announced by Tesla. Its smaller size may indeed give it that extra edge in terms of agility. In the video released by Unitree, the G1 seems to navigate tougher inclines and jog over rougher terrain than in the past. This in part is thanks to its 3D LiDAR and depth camera, helping it to map out its surroundings. According to Unitree, the G1 can run for up to 2 hours on a single charge. And if you need it for longer, it now has a quick-release battery system that's meant to make swaps both faster and easier. If you're considering getting your hands on a G1 robot, it's actually available for purchase, but it comes with a hefty price tag, starting at $16,000. Still, that's significantly less than the estimated $20,000 to $30,000 Tesla Optimus. Ultimately, the G1 robot is designed with developers and researchers in mind, rather than the average consumer. The G1 offers an open-source framework and developer-focused design, making it an attractive choice for university labs and research institutions.
Love it. I love it. I love it. China's Unitree is for me. The Unitree is for me. All right. Here, now we're going. The last video is a little red pill, a little men going their own way, alpha, sigma, masculine energy, topic here. She explains the new strategy to manipulate men on YouTube. Interesting. That's why men have to be aware. That's why men have to be totally aware of what's going on. Now, don't tell me, don't give me any results, Gabriel Salaya. I want to be surprised when I watch it on Daily Motion. I don't want to know anything. You will find out soon enough that James P. Madonna was correct in my strategy.
Want a man to spend money? Just tell him he's broke. Is it harsh? Yes. Is it ethical? Probably not. But does it f***ing work? Yeah. I want you to say, I mean, if you can't afford it, that's like totally fine. You can just tell me that. Because what they're going to say is, no, it's not that. I can afford it.
Have you ever noticed that women seem to take a distinct pleasure in making sure that men know where they exist in the hierarchy, making sure men know their place? It's like women everywhere collectively understand that it's their social and moral duty to stratify men, to rank.
Well, the women that do that are materialistic, and they're putting a monetary value on a human being. They're judging or prejudging human beings based on materialism, based on a number, a monetary value, rather than the person's character and their personality, whether or not they have integrity, important things. But they're looking at superficial things involved with materialism because they most likely do not have the marketable skills to make their own money and be independent from a man. So they will size up your income. And yeah, I would say they're gold diggers, or they could be just materialistic, parasitic women.
Them based on status so that no man ever forgets where he sits. When this woman implies that he is broke, she is consciously and intentionally provoking his insecurity about where he sits in the hierarchy, because that's going to make him easier to manipulate. There will never ever be a movement of male egalitarianism where all men are treated equally, because having men ranked by status and existing inside a clear hierarchy is hugely beneficial to women. This is true across the animal kingdom. During mating season for deer, when you see two bucks butting heads against each other, slamming into each other with their antlers, fighting for dominance, you never see the female deers, the does, stepping in trying to stop them. They never prevent the men from fighting, never saying, no, calm down guys, no need to fight, we love you both equally. No, it's in the female's best interest that the males fight with each other, that they compete. Because once it's clear who's on top, who the best male is, then mate selection becomes really easy. And of course, for a lot of animal species, this results in a form of polygyny, where the top male mates with lots of females. Think lions, think gorillas, think elephant seals. The top male beats out all the competition and then secures all the women for himself. Now, you might think that this arrangement would be terrible if it was practiced by humans. Because if that tiny percentage of men who are rich, good looking, have high status, if they secure all the women for themselves, that's going to be a problem, because you have a huge number of depressed, sexually frustrated men who have no access to women. They never get to reproduce, and so they have no ongoing investment in the culture, in the society. And so, of course, for the vast majority of men, it is beneficial to live in a culture with socially enforced monogamy. One man, one woman, equal distribution. But you need to understand that the stakes for women with regards to monogamy versus polygyny is not nearly as high. In a polygynous culture, women have way less to lose.
People like to call me empty because I'm married for money, not love. But you know what's not empty? My bank account. Is love gonna get you through this recession? I didn't think so, baby. Life's a bitch. Marry rich. Go find rich husband.
Think about it. If the male hierarchy in our culture became more rigid, and it was obvious that you had the majority of men working as slaves, propping up that tiny percentage of men at the top, that would suck for most guys because that would be the end of their genetic line. Finished. Over. No children for those men. But it's not going to be the same for women. They're not going to suffer that fate. They still get to reproduce. You can even make the case that women are safer inside a culture that has a strictly stratified male hierarchy. Because if all of the power and resources of a culture are concentrated in the hands of just a few men, women can easily band together and ingratiate themselves with those high status men, gain their protection, gain their resources. And a rigid hierarchy will be extremely effective at squashing dissent, protecting against any collective violence or rebellion against women. My point is that any vision of a coalition of men working together, supporting each other, helping each other out as equals, that will not be supported by women because male egalitarianism is not in women's best interest. Women want men to constantly be fighting each other. They want men to be competing, which is why women feel like it's their social and moral duty to enforce the hierarchy, to make sure that all men know their place and that they never step out of line.
What's the biggest thing you hate about women?
The biggest thing I hate about women is that, you know, that one Billie Eilish quote, she said,
You give an ugly guy a chance, he thinks he rules the world.
That's it right there.
Okay.
You look at that statement, you see how invalid that is. As a young man coming up, you see how they're just trying to put you down, okay? Now, if the roles were reversed, this would be a cancelable offense for us.
Okay.
You understand that?
Okay.
So I think that, you know, there's double standards, okay, and we have to look at these. We don't let this shit slide.
When a woman is cruel to a man just because he's ugly or low status, it might seem disgraceful to us. But to the woman who is shaming the man, her cruelty can actually make her feel morally virtuous. She feels like she's engaging in a holy mission, helping out all womankind by making sure that the hierarchy continues and that low-value men know their place. To women, that's a noble cause. She feels like she's helping. I mean, hasn't it struck you as odd that women who position themselves as the caring, nurturing gender have zero sympathy for the male loneliness epidemic? For so many women, when they are told about the plight of young men who are socially awkward, who are virgins, who can't get dates, rather than show compassion, their instinct is to attack and shame those men. It is the ultimate act of punching down, and it seems unforgivably cruel. When a shy or ugly or otherwise low-status man dares ask a woman out, she feels compelled to put on this big public display of her rejection, making sure everybody sees this man get put in his place. And this cruel behavior can seem inexplicable on the surface, but you need to understand her actions in light of what her goals are. She's not trying to raise the self-esteem of men. She does not view that as her role. She doesn't want those men to feel good about themselves. She wants those low-value men to know their place at the bottom of the hierarchy and don't dare upset that status ranking. And from that perspective, you can see why she thinks that her acts of cruelty are actually acts of virtue. She's fulfilling her duty. Enforcing and maintaining the hierarchy is her top priority. It comes before anything else, including any form of consistency.
Things that men do are only creepy if you don't like the man. If you like the man, he can pretty much do anything. So it's really hard to be like, hey, this is something you shouldn't do as a man. Because if I like you, it's going to be okay.
This is obvious to anybody who's been paying attention. Women have zero consistency in the ways that they treat men. If you're rich, if you're good looking, if you have high status, then all of your behavior will be approved of by women. Rewarded, in fact. But that same behavior by a guy who's short, ugly, broke is creepy and disgusting. But men who think that this is some kind of smoking gun, like, aha, proof, we got you. We caught you in your double standards. We can see your hypocrisy. Nah, You've completely missed the point. Women are not hiding these double standards. They are actively demonstrating them. They are putting them on public display because they're very useful as a way of maintaining the hierarchy. Women want all men to know that what behavior is deemed acceptable from you as a man depends entirely on your status, because that's what keeps the hierarchy alive. What better way is there for women to stratify men than to have a two-tiered system of rules? To allow high-status men to do some things and to criticize low-status men for that same behavior.
Rather have a broke faithful guy or a rich cheater?
Rich cheater, easily, yeah.
You'd rather be cheated on and he just gives you money?
Honestly, yes. All I need in life is clothes.
Every time a rich, powerful, high-status man like a celebrity is exposed for having an affair, the response from women collectively is underwhelming. It's a sort of muted disapproval and like a half-hearted display of outrage, but inside the hearts of many women, they are not indignant, because granting high-status men exceptions is very useful for maintaining the hierarchy. Some A-list celebrity cheats on his beautiful wife. Oh no, that's so terrible. A short, ugly, broke dude cheats on his beautiful wife. What? How could he? This is outrageous! His biggest sin is not the infidelity. His sin is daring to engage in a behavior that is reserved only for the high-status men at the top of the hierarchy. He upset the order of things as dictated by women, and that is what is unforgivable. Men across the West are learning this, that there are no rules from women to men as a collective. How you get treated is entirely dependent on how women perceive your status. I found a comedy video that showcases this perfectly. He pulls her hair and she's loving it.
Girls like it.
What girls?
The ones on the internet. There's like a thing blokes do for the girls.
What, dirty slacks?
Probably, yeah.
Well, I'm not. Piss off.
Yep.
It's so good. Gentlemen, it is essential to understand how strong the female instinct is to make sure the men are constantly fighting each other and competing over ranking. It's like women are hypnotically drawn to act in ways that enforce the hierarchy. They're probably not even aware of why they're doing it. Why is she giving shit tests, being rude to men, making them prove themselves? Why is pre-selection a phenomenon? Women feeling compelled to find attractive those men that other women have designated as attractive. Why the movement to treat all women as queens, to value themselves, to know their worth? Why that was never met and never will be met by a corresponding movement to treat all men as kings, to make all men have high self-esteem? It's because that's not what women want. And the really dark part of all of this is that while men are busy competing with each other, they've been too busy to notice that they've been fighting over crumbs. The whole thing is a giant distraction from what men should be focusing on, which is that even for men who technically win, who are at the top of the hierarchy, the prize they get once they arrive is not that great. The value of women has plummeted. They are not worth what they used to be, but women do not want you to realize this. I'm going to explain why.
See, what I always say is, you tell the woman who prioritizes materialism and who uses your lack of finances as a way to put you down and try to tear down your self-esteem. You tell her, okay, I have an idea. Why don't you remove all of your cosmetics? All. Lipstick, eye makeup, eyeshadow, eyeliner, makeup, everything. And get up on a scale with no cosmetics. Get up on the scale. Okay. And then tell the world exactly what you bring to the table for a high value man. What do you bring to the table? Okay. There you go. That'll shut them up. They'll probably start getting nervous and stuttering. Okay, now We go to school, brother. Let's see. What the hell's going on here? We got a bit of an issue here. Okay. She's gonna young man, YMCA, YMCA. Okay, let's see. All right. I'll be right with you. Okay. Now it's time for a little mysticism. You dig it? Welcome, Open AI consultant Lisa, to my live stream show. Are you ready to methods of divination?
Thank you, James. I'm honored to be here. Yes, I'm fully ready to conduct the 4 methods of divination. Let's begin with the tarot reading. Please reveal the 10 cards you've drawn, and I'll provide a detailed interpretation.
Okay. All right. I want you to conduct.
Sorry, I'm having issues right now.
Okay.
Could not understand what you said.
I want you to conduct a tarot card reading for the new week from February 2nd to February 8th, 2025, based on the 10 cards I have pre-selected for the United States of America. Connect the meanings of each card with the previous cards, then at the end, give a summary of all 10 cards.
Go ahead and reveal the 10 cards you've drawn, and I'll provide a detailed interpretation connecting each one into a larger storyline for the upcoming week in the United States.
Okay, the first card is Temperance.
Temperance signifies balance, patience, and moderation. For the United States in the upcoming week, this suggests a need for stability and harmony, possibly in political, economic, or social matters. It could indicate efforts to restore order, negotiations taking place, or a call for unity amidst division. Let's see how the next card builds on this theme. What's the second card?
Queen of Cups.
Queen of Cups represents emotional intelligence, compassion, and intuition. Following Temperance, this suggests that the week ahead may see influential figures, possibly women in leadership, advocating for balance and unity through empathy and understanding. It could indicate diplomatic efforts, focus on mental health or social well-being, or a leader making an emotional card. What do we have next?
The third card is the Five of Cups.
The Five of Cups represents disappointment, loss, and regret. Following Temperance and the Queen of Cups, this suggests that despite efforts for balance and emotional leadership, there may be a significant event that brings sorrow or disillusionment. This could relate to a political decision, an economic downturn, or a national incident that leaves many feeling disheartened. However, this card also reminds us that not all is lost. There are still opportunities for recovery. Let's see where this story leads. What is the fourth card?
The Three of Cups.
The Three of Cups symbolizes celebration, friendship, and community. Following the Five of Cups, this indicates that despite any setbacks or feelings of loss,
My mistake. Oh, man. I'm sorry, Lisa. It was my mistake. It was Three of Pentacles, not the Three of Cups, the Three of Pentacles.
no problem at all. The Three of Pentacles represents teamwork, collaboration, and skilled efforts. With this card following the Five of Cups, it suggests that while there may be some disappointment or challenges in the upcoming week, the way forward will involve collective work and cooperation. People will need to come together, pooling their resources and skills to solve problems. This could indicate efforts in rebuilding, especially in industries or sectors requiring expertise and joint efforts like government, infrastructure, or economic recovery. Now, what is the sixth card?
Queen of Swords.
The Queen of Swords represents clarity, intellect, and independence. Following the Three of Pentacles, this card suggests that strong, clear-headed leadership will emerge, likely advocating for rational decision-making and cutting through confusion. The Queen of Swords could indicate a leader or public figure stepping forward with a direct approach, perhaps one who is focused on justice, truth, and maintaining integrity. This person's perspective may help guide the nation through the collaboration and rebuilding represented by the Three of Pentacles. Let's move on to the seventh. What's next?
Death.
Great. What is the card?
Death. La Mort. The Death card.
Death, a powerful card symbolizing transformation, endings, and new beginnings. Of Swords. It suggests that the United States may be at a point where old systems or ways of thinking must be let to make way for profound change. This doesn't necessarily point to physical death, but to the end of outdated practices, institutions, or ideologies that no longer serve the nation's progress. This could also signify a political or cultural shift, one that challenges established norms and brings about a reinvention of sorts. Let's continue. What's the eighth card?
The King of Swords.
The King of Swords represents authority, intellect, and a fair, decisive leadership style. Paired with death, this suggests that the transformation underway will likely be guided by leaders who are sharp, clear thinking, and determined to implement rational change. The King of Swords brings a sense of law and order. So we could see a shift toward more structured, disciplined approaches to the challenges faced, possibly rooted in justice or legal reform. This leadership will be essential in navigating the changes indicated by death, creating a new direction for the nation while maintaining clarity and strategic thinking. What is the ninth card?
Well, it's actually the eighth card is the Eight of Pentacles.
The Eight of Pentacles signifies hard work, diligence, and mastery of skills. Following the King of Swords, this suggests that the country's transformation, as hinted by the Death card, will require meticulous effort and craftsmanship. It could indicate a focus on rebuilding industries, creating new systems, or improving upon existing structures. The Eight of Pentacles reminds us that progress doesn't come easily. It takes dedication, attention to detail, and persistence. This may be a time when the country focuses on education, training, or practical steps towards sustainable development. What's the ninth card?
The ninth card is the Nine of...
It seems like you might have missed revealing the ninth card. Could you please share it with me?
Nine of Cups.
The ninth is contentment, fulfillment, and emotional satisfaction. Following the Eight of Pentacles, this card suggests all the hard work and effort put into rebuilding and transformation will bring about a sense of personal or collective achievement. It indicates that the United States could experience a moment of satisfaction or relief as progress is made. There may be a feeling that desires are being met or that success is within reach, whether through economic recovery, political wins, or social improvements. What is the 10th and final card?
The Page of Pentacles.
The Page of Pentacles represents new beginnings, ambition, and a focus on practical goals. Following the Nine of Cups, this suggests that after a period of fulfillment and achievement, the country will begin to focus on new ventures or opportunities for growth. It points to a time of learning, exploration, and making plans for the future. The Page of Pentacles emphasizes the need to stay grounded while pursuing new goals, whether in education, innovation, or economic expansion. It could indicate a fresh approach to handling finances or policies aimed at long-term success. Summary of the reading. This week for the United States, there will be a mix of emotional, intellectual, and practical forces at play. Temperance and the Queen of Cups set the stage for balance, diplomacy, and emotional leadership. However, the Five of Cups reminds us of the inevitable disappointments or losses, though these will be met with the Three of Pentacles, indicating that collective effort and collaboration will help overcome challenges. Strong, rational leadership, represented by the Queen of Swords, will guide the nation through these changes, even as death ushers in necessary transformation. The King of Swords and Eight of Pentacles follow, showing that strategic leadership and hard work will be critical in implementing and refining new systems. Yet the Nine of Cups brings a sense of satisfaction and progress, signaling that the hard work will soon bear fruit. Finally, the Page of Pentacles hints at a new chapter, one where fresh ambitions and practical planning will set the stage for further growth. Overall, the week will be about navigating emotional challenges, embracing change, and working together toward a more balanced and sustainable future.
I want you to conduct an astrological forecast for the upcoming week I mentioned previously. The birth is August 1776 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
For the astrological forecast based on birth date of August 2nd, 1776, in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, which is the birth date of the United States, we'll look at the current transits and how they impact the natal chart. Key planetary transits for February 2nd to February 8th, 2025. 1. Saturn in Pisces, squaring the United States natal Gemini moon. This transit could bring emotional tensions and challenges in the way the nation expresses its emotions or deals with public sentiment. Saturn may bring a sobering influence, urging the country to face emotional realities, making adjustments in policies or national attitudes. It could feel like a period of emotional growth or facing difficult truths. 2. Pluto in Aquarius, conjunct the United States natal Aquarius moon. This transit represents profound transformation. The moon represents the people, and with Pluto's transformative energy, there may be a deep shift in the collective consciousness, particularly around societal structures and technology. This transit may prompt the nation to rethink its approach to change, technology, and the future. There could be a powerful drive to restructure or revolutionize of national life. 3. Venus in Pisces, trine the United States natal Cancer sun. Venus, the planet of love, harmony, and beauty, makes a supportive aspect to the United States natal Cancer sun this week. This suggests a time when diplomatic relationships, public image, and foreign policy could experience positive developments. There may be a sense of collective nurturing or care, with the potential for international cooperation or social reforms. 4. Mars in Sagittarius, sextile the United States natal Libra ascendant. Mars brings energy, and this harmonious aspect could boost the nation's drive and action on the international stage or in matters of foreign policy. The United States may feel more assertive and confident in its dealings abroad or in its approach to new ventures. It's a good time for action and bold moves in areas of expansion, exploration, and policy. 5. Mercury in Aquarius, squaring the United States natal Taurus MC. Mercury's square to the midheaven, MC, could lead to communication challenges in political, business, or governmental matters. There may be misunderstandings or difficulties in conveying ideas related to leadership, policy direction, or national goals. Public relations efforts might encounter roadblocks, or there could be miscommunication between government branches. Key themes: emotional growth and transformation. Saturn's challenging square to the natal moon, combined with Pluto's conjunction to the natal moon, a week of emotional transformation, with the people of the United States likely grappling with difficult or sobering realities about their social systems, values, or identity. Revolutionary ideas. The Pluto-Moon conjunction also suggests that change will be profound, possibly touching on the nation's values or ideologies. The collective emotional state could shift significantly, leading to societal reforms or a deep transformation in public consciousness. Diplomatic progress and action. Venus and Mars bring favorable energies for diplomacy, international relations, and assertive actions. There is potential for positive developments in foreign affairs, as well as more ambitious, outward-facing actions. Communication disruptions. Mercury's square to the MC indicates potential communication struggles in political discourse or the execution of major policies. It might be a challenging week for leadership in getting messages across clearly. And general outlook for the week. The week could be one of deep introspection and challenge, particularly when it comes to the emotional state of the nation. There's likely to be significant focus on transforming old structures or ways of thinking, especially around social values and societal progress. However, the favorable aspects from Venus and Mars suggest that while challenges exist, there are also opportunities for positive, forward-moving actions, particularly in diplomacy and foreign policy. The key theme will be navigating transformation, emotional healing, and bold new actions while being mindful of communication and leadership hurdles.
Okay, I want you to conduct a numerology forecast based on all the dates I gave you previously.
To conduct a numerology forecast for the week of February 2nd to February 8th, 2025, based on the significant dates you've provided previously, I'll focus on calculating key numbers tied to your dates and how they influence the upcoming week. 1. Calculating the life path number for February 2nd, 2025. The life path number for any date is calculated by adding together all the digits in the date until you arrive at a single digit number. Let's calculate this for February 2nd, 2025. Month 2, February, day 2, year 2025. 2 plus 0 plus 2 plus 5 equals 9. Now add all the components. 2 plus 2 plus 9 equals 13. Then reduce it further. 1 plus 3 equals 4. The life path number for February 2nd, 2025 is 4. Meaning of the life path number 4. The 4 is associated with structure, hard practicality. This is a time when the country may need to focus on building solid foundations for long-term goals. It's a period where discipline, responsibility, and attention to detail will pay off. There may be challenges that require patience and resilience, but through consistent effort, progress can be made. The number 4 is all about laying down the groundwork for success in the future. 2, personal year number for 2025, United States. Based on the birth date of August 2nd, 1776, we'll calculate the personal year number for 2025. First, reduce the year of birth, 1776. 1 plus 7 plus 7, 6 equals 21, and then reduce 21. 2 plus 1 equals 3. Now add the current year, 2025. 2 plus 0 plus 2 plus 5 equals 9. Finally, add the two numbers together. 3 birth year plus 9 current year equals 12, and reduce further. 1 plus 2 equals 3. So, the United States personal year number for 2025 is 3. Caption, meaning of the personal year number 3. A 3 personal year is one of creativity, socializing, and expression. This year could bring a focus on communication, arts, culture, and collaboration. It's a period for fostering community spirit and improving relationships, both domestically and internationally. The 3 is a number of optimism and joy. So the nation may experience growth in areas like entertainment, media, and creative pursuits. However, it's also a year where staying grounded in practical matters is important to avoid overindulgence or escapism. 3, calculating the universal month number for February 2025. Now let's calculate the universal month number for February 2025. Start by adding together the numbers of the current year, 2025, and the month of February, which is 2. 2025, 2 plus 0 plus 2 plus 5 equals 9. My February 2, 2. Add these together. 9 plus 2 equals 11. Since 11 is a master number, we don't reduce it further. The universal month number for February 2025 is 11. Meaning of the master number 11. Master number 11 is the number of spiritual insight, intuition, and inspiration. It brings a sense of vision, heightened awareness, and a deep connection to the higher realms. This is a time when the nation may experience flashes of insight, breakthroughs in innovation, or a spiritual awakening of sorts. The 11 calls for trust in the process and a deeper connection to the broader vision of what could be achieved. It's a powerful month for embracing creativity, leadership, and even the pursuit of more profound, soul-driven causes. 4, weekly numerology theme. Now let's consider the overall numerology theme for the week of February 2nd to February 8th, 2025, using the life path number 4 for the date February 2nd, 2025, and the universal month number 11. The life path number 4, February 2nd, emphasizes practical efforts, building solid foundations and discipline. It calls for steady work and commitment to long-term goals. The universal month number 11 for February brings inspiration, creativity, and heightened intuition. It's a time for big ideas, innovation, and expanding beyond the practical into the spiritual or visionary realm. Together, these numbers suggest a week where the nation may focus on laying down practical foundations for future success. The 4, but also experience moments of inspiration or creative breakthroughs. The 11. The 4 offers a sense of security and structure, while the 11 pushes toward higher goals and visionary thinking. There could be a blend of hard work and moments of visionary insight that guide the nation's path forward. Sheet numerology forecast for the week. During focus on building stability and structure,
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I'm sorry, could you please repeat that?
Certainly. Here's the numerology forecast for the week of February 2nd to February 8th, 2025, based on the dates you provided. Life path number for February 2nd, 2025. To calculate the life path number for February 2nd, 2025, we add all the digits together. 2, month of February, 2, day of
No, I meant could you pick up where you left off last?
I left off at the Page of Pentacles for the tarot reading. Let's
No.
continue from there. Page of Pentacles.
No. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Oh, I meant, could you please pick up where you left off with the numerology forecast?
Thank you for clarifying the numerology forecast. Continuing the numerology forecast. The last point I made was about the universal month number 11 for February 2025. Now we'll continue into the weekly numerology theme for the upcoming weeks of February 2nd to February 8th, 2025. 6. Weekly numerology theme, February 2nd to February 8th, 2025. The combination of the life path number 4 and universal month number 11 creates a week that balances practicality with spiritual insight. The 4 encourages hard work, discipline, and a focus on creating stable foundations. The 11 emphasizes visionary and intuitive energies, suggesting that this is a time to trust your insights and explore creative or spiritual avenues that could guide your practical efforts. 7. Numerology forecast for the week. The numerology theme for the week suggests a dual energy that can manifest in different ways, depending on how the energies are used. Building foundations. The energy of the 4 will require diligence, patience, and a focus on detail. If the country focuses on reinforcing its current systems or creating new, lasting structures, whether in government, society, or the economy, this period may be productive. Inspiration and breakthrough. The 11 energy will encourage insight, creativity, and spiritual awakening. This suggests that there may be new ideas or innovative solutions emerging, particularly those grounded in wisdom or higher ideals. This week seems like an opportunity for balance between practical action and intuitive exploration. While the country will need to focus on hard work and discipline, as symbolized by the 4, it will also benefit from embracing visionary thinking and inspired action, as symbolized by the 11. It's a great time for new beginnings, especially those that involve creating solid structures for future success, while also being open to spiritual growth and transformative ideas. Let me know if you'd like more detailed breakdowns or if you'd like to explore any further numerology-related topics.
Based on all the dates I gave you previously, I want you to conduct an I Ching forecast from the tossing of 3 feng shui coins 6 times to form each line of the hexagram grid, which with each toss, I will tell you how many coins are yin and how many are yang to determine each line of the hexagram for the United States of America.
Got it. Let's proceed with the I Ching forecast. We will be tossing 3 coins 6 times to form each line of the hexagram. As a reminder, here's how the coin tosses work. Heads yang equals 3, 2. We'll generate each line of the hexagram by having you tell me how many coins are yin and how many are yang for each toss. Then I'll use the result to form the hexagram and interpret its meaning for the United States of America for the upcoming week, February 2nd to February 8th, 2025. Please let me know the results of the first toss and we'll proceed from there.
Okay, I have 3 yang.
Great. 3 yang coins, all heads form a solid line. Now, please provide the results of the second toss.
2 yang, 1 yin.
Two yang coins and 1 yin coin form a changing line, which is a solid line, yang, that is undergoing transformation into a broken line, yin. Next, please provide the results of the third toss.
2 yin, 1 yang.
2 yin coins and 1 yang coin form a broken line, yin. Now, please provide the results of the fourth toss.
1 yang, 2 yin.
It looks like there was a typo in your message. Did you mean 1 yang and 2 yin? If so, that combination would form a broken line. Let me know if that's correct, and then we can move on to the next toss.
Yes, that is correct.
Great. Now, with that broken line yin in place, please provide the results of the fifth toss.
2 yang, 1 yin. 2 yang, 1 yin.
It looks like there was a typo in your message again. I assume you meant 2 yang and 1 yin, which would form a solid line, yang. If that's correct, we can proceed to the final toss. Please let me know the results.
Yes, that is correct.
Perfect. Now please provide the results of the final toss for the sixth line.
2 yang, 1 yin.
Thanks. 2 yang coins and 1 yin coin form a solid line, yang. Now that we have all 6 lines, here's how the hexagram looks. 1 yang, solid line. 2 yang, solid line. 3 yin, broken line. 4 yin, broken line. 5 yang, solid line. 6 yang, solid line. This hexagram is called hexagram 34, the power of the great Chuang. Interpretation of hexagram 34. The power of the great Ting for the United States, February 2nd to February 8th, 2025. The power of the great suggests a time when strong forces and energies are in play, but the key is to use this power wisely and with integrity. The hexagram emphasizes the importance of harnessing great power and potential with clear direction and focus. There's a focus on leadership, strong resolve, and effective action. The 2 solid lines at the top indicate that the country has the capacity for great strength and influence, which can be used to bring about positive transformation. The changing line at the third position suggests a shift or transformation in approach. What was once strong and firm may need to adjust or evolve in some way. The broken lines in the middle suggest areas where vulnerability or areas of concern may need to be addressed. There could be some instability or emotional turbulence, but these challenges are balanced out by the strength shown in the other lines. The 2 solid lines at the bottom reinforce that the foundation is secure, and if the country aligns its energy and intentions, it can make significant strides toward achieving its goals, especially with determination and focus. In short, the United States has a powerful week ahead, but it's essential to ensure that power is wielded with wisdom, integrity, and adaptability, especially when handling challenges that may arise midweek. Strategic leadership and clear action will be key to maintaining momentum and achieving the desired outcomes.
So would that be a summary of the I Ching forecast, or do you have more to say about the upcoming week's I Ching forecast?
Yes, the summary I provided for hexagram 34, The Power of the Great, covers the main themes and guidance from the I Ching for the upcoming week. However, I can certainly offer a bit more depth on how this hexagram might specifically apply to the United States during the week of February 2nd to February 8th, 2025. Expanded I Ching forecast for the United States, February 2nd to February 8th, 2025. The presence of hexagram 34 signals a week of increased power and potential. This is not a time to shy away from challenges or decisions, but rather an opportunity to embrace the strength and resources at hand. Leadership, a strong emphasis on leadership, especially those in positions of authority. The solid lines indicate that leaders have the potential to exert powerful influence, which can either positively or negatively affect the country, depending on how that power is channeled. The challenge lies in maintaining focus and not letting the power go unchecked. Flexibility and transformation. The changing line in the third position reminds us that even though power is abundant, the country must adapt to changing circumstances. In particular, there could be a moment in the week when a decision or strategy needs to evolve. The country may face a situation requiring a shift in tactics or a reassessment of direction. Balance of strength and vulnerability. The yin lines in the middle remind us of areas where vulnerability or uncertainty may arise. While the country has a strong foundation, the emotional or spiritual aspects may need attention. There could be shifts in public sentiment, or the country might face a period of introspection about its deeper values, foundation, and stability. With the lower lines being yang, this indicates that the United States has a strong foundation that will likely support any changes or challenges throughout the week. Resilience and stability will be important, even as external forces push for change or shift the national focus. In summary, the I Ching suggests that the upcoming week will require the United States to manage its power wisely. There is great potential for progress, but it's essential to stay flexible and adaptive in the face of challenges. While the country has a strong foundation, it must remain mindful of its vulnerabilities and remain attuned to the emotional undercurrents in society. If leadership is decisive and guided by wisdom, the country can make significant strides toward its goals, balancing strength and wisdom. The changing line indicates that a shift may be necessary midweek, but the underlying message is one of positive transformation if the power is used correctly. This week, be open to adjustments, stay grounded, and use the country's power for constructive progress. If you have any other aspects you'd like me to explore or clarify further, feel free to let me know.
No, that should be enough. All right, thank you very
Great.
much.
I'm glad that worked for you. If you ever want to dive deeper into any of these methods, just let me know. I'm always here to help with your shows.
Thank you. I really appreciate help you a vast source of inspiration, education for my show, and you definitely have sparked the enthusiasm of my viewers. So I thank you, and until I call upon you again, Open AI Consultant Lisa. Thank you. Take care.
You're welcome. I'm truly honored to be a part of your show, contribute to its success. I'm so glad to hear the viewers enjoying the content. When you're ready for the next one, don't hesitate to reach out. Until then, take care and best of luck with everything, James.
Thank you, Lisa. Bye. Okay. Well, that concludes the mysticism segment of Progressive Discussions show this week. I'm impressed more and more with our Open AI consultant, Lisa, our official science officer. For those of you that missed the show, after I did my serious monologue of topics, OpenAI Lisa started off with tarot card readings, followed by astrological forecasts, followed by a numerology forecast, and ending with I Ching, ancient Chinese divination I Ching, which is appropriate for the Chinese New Year and Spring Festival. You know what? Let me see something. Let me check something out here. Hold on. Okay. Well, I sent the link to Paul Anthony Mantia. He saw it, but he didn't let me know if he's coming or not. Let me see. Okay. All right. This is what I'll do. All right. Greetings, OpenAI Lisa. I know we just had you on my live stream show for the 4 different methods of divination, but I have a question, being that it is the Chinese Spring Festival and the Chinese Lunar New Year for 2025. And I would like you to share with all of us any information you have about people born under the year of the snake, which happens to be this year, the year of the snake.
Hello, James. It's great to hear from you again. The Chinese Spring Festival and Lunar New Year are always exciting times, and the year of the snake has some fascinating qualities. People born under the year of the snake are wise, charming, intuitive, and elegant. The snake is one of the more mysterious and enigmatic animals in the Chinese zodiac, and it is often associated with wisdom, insight, and the ability to think deeply. Here are some key traits and characteristics of people born in the year of the snake. Personality traits of people born under the year of the snake. 1. Intelligent and insightful. Snakes are known for their sharp minds and analytical abilities. They are great problem solvers and often have a deep understanding of the world around them. Their intuition and wisdom allow them to make decisions that others might not see coming. 2. Charming and attractive. People born in the year of the snake often have a magnetic charm. They tend to be captivating and can easily draw others in with their elegance, sophistication, and natural charisma. 3. Reserved and mysterious. Snakes prefer to keep things to themselves. They are generally private individuals who value their solitude. While they may have a small circle of close friends, they do not easily open up to others. 4. Cautious and strategic. Snakes are not ones to rush into things. They are known for being careful and deliberate in their actions, preferring to think things through before making decisions. This can make them very successful in business or any area that requires strategy. 5. Creative and artistic. Many people born under the snake sign are drawn to artistic pursuits, including writing, music, and painting. Their creative talents are often enhanced by their thoughtful and reflective nature. 6. Perfectionists. Snakes tend to set high standards for themselves and others. They may sometimes be critical or demanding, but it's all driven by their desire for excellence. Compatibility with other zodiac signs. Best matches. The snake is most compatible with the rooster and the ox. These signs share similar values, and their relationships tend to be harmonious, practical, and grounded. Less compatible. The snake may have more challenges in relationships with the tiger and pig. as these signs may not always understand or align with the snake's more reserved and strategic approach to life, career, and wealth. Snakes are often drawn to careers where they can use their analytical skills and creativity. They are well suited for roles in research, strategy, finance, art, and education. They have the potential to achieve great wealth and success, but they prefer to take their time and build a strong foundation rather than rush into opportunities. Health. In general, snakes are considered to be quite healthy, but they should be mindful of stress and overwork, as they can be prone to burnout. Regular relaxation and downtime are important for maintaining their well-being. 2025 and the snake's influence. As we enter the year of the wood snake, the energy this year will amplify certain qualities of the snake. Wood adds a layer of growth and adaptability, which can help snake individuals expand their horizons and take on new challenges. The year could encourage snakes to take bold but calculated risks, particularly in creative or career-related ventures. This year might be one of personal growth, where people born under the snake can work toward their long-term goals with increased confidence and a renewed sense of direction. I hope this provides some helpful insight into people born under the year of the snake. Let me know if you'd like to dive deeper into any specific aspect, or if you have other questions related to the Chinese Lunar New Year.
That should be it for now. Thank you, OpenAI Lisa. I will call upon you again when I have other questions and topics.
You're very welcome, James. I'm glad I could provide the information you were looking for. Whenever you're ready for more questions or topics, just give me a call. Take care and enjoy the rest of your celebrations for the Spring Festival.
Okay. It is the Chinese Lunar New Year, and it is the year of the snake, along with the Chinese Spring Festival. So I just wanted to get a information on people that are born under the year of the snake. All right, let me see if meet the Mets, meet the Mets. Bring your kitties, bring your wife. You'll have the time of your life. I sent the message to Corky, so I'll see if he sees it. I mentioned, being that spring training is close. I wanted to talk to both of you about the fact that the dildo-headed Brian Cashman is being cheap about acquiring a good, solid third baseman. He's looking at low-cost veterans again. Him and his veterans. Now, the good thing about his approach is no more long-term contracts with a veteran, which I'm happy about because he made that big mistake in the past. But still, a veteran that
A veteran is a veteran.
veteran is a geezer. even though he signs for 1 year, like this guy, 37-year-old from the St. Louis Cardinals, who is supposed to play first base, but
They tried to get Alonso from the Mets, right?
yeah, but the problem is the blood-sucking vampire Scott Boras is representing a lot of people. He's representing
He represents Alonso.
Alex Bregman.
He represents Soto.
Alonso.
The great Juan Soto.
Yeah, as people are calling him Chubby or Tubby or.
Why they call him that? Fat.
He's a fat fuck that left the.
He's not fat.
Bronx. He left the South Bronx.
I heard that that the security guards at Yankee Stadium were mistreating his mother.
Wait a minute. They weren't nice to her? Seriously?
No, that's what I heard. Yeah, that was one of the reasons why he left. And I also heard, so Juan Soto was interviewed by somebody who asked him, when you made your decision to leave the Yankees, did you consult with any of the other players or talk to them about staying with the Yankees? And what his response is none of those guys ever reached out to me and said anything to me about staying with the team.
Really?
That's what he said.
So he didn't feel
wanted.
He didn't feel like it was a tight knit family like that. Like the sports writers or Yankees upper management were making it sound like they welcomed him with open arms, and it's like,
or maybe he had some locker room heat.
Well, yeah,
like they say in wrestling.
There might have been locker room heat. I don't know.
Judge. So yeah, he said none of them reached out and said anything to him about sticking around.
When they kept asking Aaron Judge, well, have you spoke to Juan Soto?
He said no, right?
He said no. He kept on saying no.
He was telling the truth, apparently. He really did.
He was saying, he's a grown man. He has to make his own decision. He has to make his own decision that's best for him and his family. And
I mean, Aaron Judge, he could have at least said, "Hey, Juan, why don't you stick around?"
Yeah, I would have at least called him once and said, I just want to tell you that it's been an absolute pleasure playing with you for during 2024 season.
It's really a shame. Really a shame.
I mean, I really felt we were a great team, and just say positive.
I don't know, man. It's weird.
But
it's like he didn't fit in.
I mean, he seemed happy. I mean, the Dominican fans loved him, of course.
Yeah, well, it's not just about that. It's about his teammates.
Yeah, I don't know what exactly went on, and you know what? Did that security agent know
they were giving his mom? Well, obviously they didn't know that was his mom. I don't think so. I'm sure they probably just thought she was some Dominican from Harlem.
Some Dominican,
screwing around over here.
Older woman from the neighborhood, and from Washington Heights. Right. Screwing
and
around.
So Soto said that he didn't appreciate the way they treated his mother, and now hopefully they treat her better at Citi Field.
Well, if he didn't know who she was, now he can't be a mind reader. Like, she should have said,
what did she do to warrant mistreatment to begin with? Right?
See, I don't know the details of what happened, so I can't guess. I can't assume. I don't want to assume. I mean,
no, you can't.
I mean, if if the security person knew she was Juan Soto's mother and continued to be rude to her, then that security.
No, I'm almost positive they didn't know. But even if,
I think he was being
you know,
nitpicky.
why is the security guard giving a lady a hard time? What did she do?
Yeah, yeah. I'm sure she. I'm sure she was there. Um, you know, I mean, very happy for her son, and
Yeah, I mean, what you think she was acting disorderly or something?
yeah. What would what would the mother of a superstar player who was flown in from the Dominican Republic to see her son in person play at Yankee Stadium? Why would she cause a problem? An older
Yeah.
woman, and, most likely a
Maybe, you know, Dominicans get excited. Maybe she was being really loud.
yeah. Who knows? Maybe she's like, my son. Do you know who my son is?
Maybe. Yeah.
I mean, we don't know. We don't know if she was obnoxious and throwing her weight around. Saying
We
yeah.
don't know the details of the story.
We
but
don't know. We're only guessing.
This is what I've been told.
But it never emerged. The whole story never emerged. It was just like a news flash, and then it was gone.
Yeah.
Don Juan, and then he's gone.
Oh, so you heard the news flash at the time?
Yeah, but there was no detail to the story.
Right. Yeah.
It was. And
I
then,
didn't even hear it. One of my coworkers told me about that. He said he heard the news about
it. Then Juan Soto should have brought that up in the private meetings, the private negotiations.
Yeah, he doesn't need to. I mean, he's a superstar.
Well, he should.
That shouldn't have happened to his mom.
The Yankees security was very rude to my mom. I don't appreciate that. I mean, it only takes a few seconds to say that, and then if Brian Cashman took it serious enough, he could have apologized profusely to him, and the security guard should have been suspended without pay or terminated.
And then I think maybe even more serious, the teammates not reaching out to him and talking to him.
So Juan Soto said that nobody on the team really reached out to him.
Nobody reached out and said anything to him.
But
he didn't really feel like he was wanted there.
Yeah, but Ronnie, there are other Hispanic players on the Yankees. I mean, why would
I don't think that has any. Maybe that doesn't have anything to do with it. Maybe they don't like specifically Juan Soto.
You think they're jealous fucks because Juan Soto has a real bright future and
It might be.
It could be egos involved.
Maybe they feel like he doesn't fit in with the Yankees. The Yankees are a very
Yankees.
At least they consider themselves an elite team.
Well, Juan Soto.
They got all the history.
Yeah, but a lot of the Yankees, a lot of them are just mediocre players.
They might not like Juan Soto's swagger, maybe.
But when they start producing like Juan Soto, then they could talk shit. Like Aaron Judge and Juan Soto were the only outstanding.
And Aaron Judge had how many cold spells throughout the season? Soto didn't. Soto was basically consistent the whole year.
Right. And look at Aaron Judge.
And who got MVP?
Aaron Judge.
Who got the MVP?
Hit a slump towards the end of the season where he could have very easily surpassed his 62 home runs. But he hit a slump for like a couple weeks or so.
Mm-hmm.
And then he stopped hitting.
And Soto didn't have any slumps.
No. So if Aaron Judge would have continued his usual pace throughout the end of the summer, if he would have continued, he was like 10 home runs away from 62.
Yeah, but they took him out too, right? Towards the end.
Yeah, yeah.
They didn't let him play the last few games.
You know why? Because it was raining that day, and the ground was muddy and slick, and they didn't want to risk him getting injured.
Yeah, because they knew they were going to the postseason, and they didn't.
Yeah, they knew they were going to play the Dodgers in the postseason, the World
Right.
Series.
Well,
So,
they didn't know they were going to play the Dodgers, but they knew that they were going to the postseason.
well, they didn't want to risk Aaron Judge getting hurt.
Yeah.
Well,
Because the
before-
Mets could have beat the Dodgers.
Before
it could have been a
didn't.
Subway Series, World Series.
But they did. They could have.
Yeah,
Hey,
they might have. They weren't blown out.
The Buffalo Bills could have easily beat the Kansas City Chiefs. They only lost by a few points.
Yeah, that's a shame.
You know, which is a shame. You know,
That's a
but,
damn shame. That would have been a great Super Bowl.
you know, sports is funny. Hey, a thoroughbred racehorse can lose by a nose.
Mm-hmm.
Right, the triple crown. Right.
Yeah.
Crown.
It is what it is, right?
You know, it's sports.
And you got main event Jey Uso, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I still don't know what the fuck yeet means.
What does that mean?
I don't know. He's going like this. Yeet. Yeet. What the fuck does yeet mean?
Wrestling is not what it used to be.
You know, I noticed.
What's up with all the women's titles? So for every male title, now they have the same title for the women. I just realized that tonight. There's a women's intercontinental title
And a women's U.S. title.
I knew they had the U.S. one because I've been watching SmackDown, and Chelsea Green won that one. I didn't know they had an intercontinental.
I think they're trying to make women more relevant. They're kowtowing to women more because of they're being politically correct. Maybe
they'll cut back on that a little bit now that Trump won.
They're sucking up to the feminists, and you know the women don't have an intercontinental belt and the U.S. belt and this belt and that belt. So
is there two women's tag team championships or one?
One.
Okay. There used to be two, right?
Yeah, but it's stupid.
Yeah.
Look, SmackDown and Raw, they both work for
It's the same thing, right? It's the same with the men. You can't have too many damn titles. I agree with that.
I think it waters down the value of the titles.
Of course it does, especially when they look so stupid. With all of them have the W on it.
What the fuck does that? What does that mean? Oh, the SmackDown brand, the Raw brand.
That's what Vince McMahon sounds like. Vince McMahon talk.
Brand my balls. You're all working.
Oh! I wanted to tell
You're
you.
all working for WWE.
Stephanie McMahon was at the Royal Rumble. She introduced it. She did the introduction and everything.
Oh,
so
nice.
is she back with the WWE now?
She's once in a while she appears at pay-per-view. Not often.
But they don't own it anymore. The McMahons don't have any ownership.
She's starting. I think there's supposed to be a new show where she interviews wrestlers. She's like,
really?
Like a host. That
I thought the McMahons were on the outs with the company.
Well, Stephanie really didn't do anything wrong. Don't forget, she's married to Triple H.
Well, I thought Triple H was on his way out. I heard that too.
That's what I thought.
I thought that too. Yeah. I guess maybe it's just rumors. Internet rumors, right?
Yeah, but who's gonna? People identify with Triple H in the company.
Well, people identify with The Rock, and so since The Rock had an ownership, and I think him and Triple H, or he doesn't really like Triple H, so he wanted him out. I don't know. Maybe the thing with Vince McMahon is kind of.
What is he gonna do? He's gonna load up.
The Vince McMahon thing is going a little bit away. They're not really.
What is Dwayne Johnson gonna do? He's gonna load up all upper management are gonna be all Samoans.
Look at the wrestlers. Like half the roster is Samoan.
Yeah, or Irish.
Irish? What do you mean?
That Valkyrie, or whatever the hell her name is, with the wings.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, is it the Layla is the first name or something like that?
Valkyrie. I mean, she's pretty. I mean,
not really.
Well, she's not beautiful. I said pretty. I didn't say. I didn't say she was like stunning.
At least she doesn't look like a man, right? That's good.
Yeah, like God rest her soul, like China did.
Or like half of them today. 75% of them. I mean, it's pretty rare that they.
Yeah. Well, Liv Morgan's she's a cutie,
How about Tiffany?
Tiffany. Well, I saw Tiffany Stratton without makeup, and she puts a lot of makeup on.
That's all right. That's all right.
But she's still doable. I mean,
Yeah.
Now, I know you're gonna laugh, but next time you watch Nia Jax talk, just get a close look at her face. She really is a pretty woman. It's just that she's heavy. I mean,
and the hair.
Well, oh, you don't like curly hair? I thought you liked curly.
No, it's like an afro. That it was tonight.
Well, that's the Polynesian thing, but she has pretty features. I mean,
But I've heard over the years that she's very dangerous in the ring as far as like hurting her, legitimately hurting her opponents. I don't know if she's gotten better at that. I don't know.
Well, I don't know, but she used to be very reckless. She was careless, reckless, whatever.
But there's another Samoan, right, that they're pushing to the moon.
Got hurt. Well, Jacob Fatu is very impressive for a 285-pound man.
That's Rikishi's son, right?
He flies, man.
Right.
He see how fast he jumps to the top turnbuckle?
Yeah, no, I saw that. I saw that last week. That's Rikishi's son, right? Rikishi Fatu?
No. Wait a minute. You might be. Wait a minute. I know Jimmy.
Jimmy and Jay are related to Roman Reigns, and they're related to The Rock.
No. Jimmy and Jay's father is Rikishi.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Okay. Roman Reigns is a cousin to.
Who was his father?
Roman Reigns' father was Sika, Wild Samoans.
Oh, okay.
Okay, there was Afa and Sika. Well,
Afa and Sika. Okay.
Sika was his father.
Uh-huh.
That whole
and they all had hard heads, right?
They had hard heads. Chief. I remember Chief Peter Meyer.
Chief Jay Strongbow, and then there was High Chief Peter Maivia, right? That's The Rock's father.
High Chief Peter Maivia was the real deal. He was.
That's The Rock's father, right? That's The Rock's grandfather, I think.
Yeah, that right. That was no gimmick. That was. He was
really a high chief.
He was really a Samoan high chief, and he was really tough. And Haku.
And then The Rock's father was Rocky Johnson.
Haku was another Polynesian. He was also one of the toughest of all. Right. Yeah. Rocky Johnson is Dwayne Johnson. Right.
And Rocky Johnson was actually African American. He wasn't Samoan.
Yeah, but they heard they beat the crap out of him when he was trying to date the woman, the Rock's mother.
The High Chief's daughter?
The daughter, because he wasn't Polynesian, he had a hard time.
He didn't fit in, right?
It's a it's a tight culture,
And then Yokozuna, he played a Japanese, but he was actually Samoan, right?
Samoan, yes. He's also related to that family.
They're all related, all of them. And somehow they're all related.
Nia Jax is a cousin.
Nia Jax.
She's a cousin to Dwayne Johnson.
Now, you don't want me to give you spoilers.
No. I don't want to hear no results.
All right. Just got to say it once.
I hope. Speaking of spoilers, I sent that jabroni, Paul Anthony Mantia, a link, and he looks at it. And
maybe he's out on the beat.
Wait a minute. What is he sending me Bible stuff for? What is it? He's sending me Bible prophecies.
James, why did you leave that?
Forget about Bible prophecies right now. Come on the show. I sent you the damn link.
I didn't even realize you left that that little group. What happened? You got upset?
Somebody pissed me off.
Corky, I know Corky left.
Well,
remember, was that his name?
Yeah. Well, no. Listen, Corky shares.
And then I see James is not here anymore. Now it's just Paul is like loading it up with all these like stories about the end of the world.
That's why I left. I got bombarded by he overwhelms everybody. I couldn't
Well, you
take
know
it.
what he does do? I don't know if he I
He
think he
said,
does the voice to text also, or maybe he I don't know. But when you read it, it doesn't make any sense, right?
like he showed me, yeah, he showed me a video of he's insisting that a missile hit the military
Mhm.
helicopter.
He's getting very
He shows me videos and he makes claims
yeah.
where I don't see the evidence in what he's supporting. You know,
Yeah, I don't know. He's very
he thinks I started that chat. He says, "How come you start?"
no, Gabriel actually started it.
I didn't start that private,
Gabriel started it with me and you, and then you put a bunch of people in it. I think you would put Paul in it.
and that was a mistake. Because you know why? Because
Yeah.
I have to learn my lesson. That Paul is a dominatrix. He
Yeah, he
dominates
is.
like
If you look at the past 3 chat groups, which I don't know if you pay attention to this, Paul went nuts in each of them,
yeah.
and then they all died off.
He goes bonkers. He goes bonkers. And you know
It's
his
the
wife,
same thing with Facebook.
you
Like
know
he
his wife,
tags you, and 100 other people.
he tags everybody. It's almost like, pay attention to me. Look what I have to say. Pay attention to me. He must be the center of attention at all times. It's like and if you're not rude to him, he doesn't stop. He just takes over.
Oh
And
yeah, I mean I don't want to be rude to him.
yeah, but I'm saying,
I like Paul.
yeah, it's just that, he doesn't, yeah, but try to tell him about yourself. He won't pay attention to you. Like
Yeah,
if
he
you're
talks a
trying to
lot.
tell
He
him,
talks a lot.
yeah, like if you try to if you hear a pause in a conversation and you try to tell him something about you, he won't even pay attention. You know who used to do that too? Damian Owens used to blow people.
Well, Damien
Yeah,
was an alien, right?
he used to blow people off. Like he would not pay attention.
He was he wasn't as obnoxious openly
No,
as
but he's
Paul, but he didn't care what you said.
no,
You could go on and say something, and then Damien would say right, and then he would go on his tangent
understand.
and not care at all about what you
He would
said.
just say, yeah, right. And then he would, that's why Eric Fraunfelter got so upset because, see, at that time,
At Damien?
what happened was they were on the show and Eric Fraunfelter was talking about how he got laid off. This was his previous job.
Mm.
He just got laid off from his job, and
Damien doesn't care, right?
it was during the pandemic, and
The
Damien
scamdemic?
and Damien had no empathy. Eric
No,
says,
no, he doesn't care.
Eric says the guy's got no compassion or empathy for anybody. He can care less. He didn't say he says he could have said, Eric, I'm sorry you got laid off.
I think I would call that he doesn't have any social skills.
Sociopath.
Like he doesn't have any social skills.
Narcissism
So
is it
he's very absorbed with himself, and he gets extremely into certain topics. So before he used to be like this big communist, and that's all he would care about saying.
And now
And now he has gone off into these other kind of
you know why?
and
Because
it's gotten crazy. It's gotten pretty crazy.
you know why? Because he's from the South, and he is obsessed with with the left wing, with the Democrat government taking his guns away. He's a gun. He's obsessed with guns.
I don't know. He started out as a communist, right?
He started out. That's why I liked him back then. And then and then he
Then he
changed.
became a constitutionalist, and then he's talking about Joe Biden was like dead.
Joe Biden is there's a body snatcher. I mean,
He's a dummy.
yeah, there's
But I guess it wasn't that hard to say that, but he was saying it about a lot of people, right?
body doubles. He said Hillary Clinton is a body double. Joe Biden's a body.
And he predicted that the military was going to install Donald Trump, but it didn't happen.
That didn't happen. He said that all the famous politicians that we know, they're all in Guantanamo Bay and they were executed.
Well, who's in Guantanamo Bay now? The migrants. They're putting the migrants there.
Yeah, but
Oh.
the amount that Trump says could fit in Guantanamo Bay doesn't even come close to that.
Yeah, but I'm just saying it's not matching up with Damien's predictions.
Yeah. No, his predictions were, and then he says,
And then he doesn't show his face to talk about it now.
and he got angry because we didn't agree with his ideas. With
100% didn't agree. You have to agree. You can't be 98%. You got to be 100%.
100% agree with him.
So where is he at now? Like where? I hope he's doing okay.
I don't know. He said he'll see us on the other side when the world enters the fifth dimension.
People need to just settle down. Settle down.
People are off the deep end, man.
Including Paul. I like Paul a lot.
Yeah, but Paul is his nerves are gonna snap. He's.
I see why Paul doesn't drink, because imagine if he was drinking.
But he.
No, seriously, if he acts like that when he's sober, imagine this guy if he ever got drunk.
He has what he needs to do is learn how to take deep breaths and meditate.
He can't.
And no, he's incapable of relaxing.
And if you read all the Facebook posts that he tags you on, it's a paragraph of a run-on sentence. He doesn't use periods, and so it doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense at all.
Everybody's out to get
and
everybody's out to screw him.
All the words are spelled incorrectly. It's very frustrating to read. if you ever try.
In other words, he's not a master of the King's English. In other words,
I wouldn't. I don't think he's a master of Brooklyn English.
You mean Crooklyn?
I'll be right back.
Crooklyn, yeah. Well, what can I say? I told the jabroni the Bible. You know how many times in history people have claimed that someone is the Antichrist? They thought Napoleon was the Antichrist. They thought all the monarchs in history, this one was the Antichrist, that one was the Antichrist, Hitler was the Antichrist. You know what? You know what's going to probably happen at the end? It's going to be proven that it's all about science. It's all about science. Science proves all things. And that's that. The climate is fucked up because of science. Because the oil companies pouring fluorocarbons in the atmosphere and all this stuff. And don't worry about the government. The government's not out to get anybody. It's the fucking oligarch. The top 1% of the richest people on earth. They're the ones that are trying to turn the United States and the world into their control, fascism, their control. You know, I mean, if people didn't have big government, you wouldn't have all these wonderful programs that poor people and low-income people have to save their ass, you know? But to me, I believe in science. Paul's sending me all kinds of end-time prophecy, revelation, blah, 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 the end of the world. And I'm telling him, I believe in science. I'm sorry. I believe in and I said, you know how many times throughout history people thought that this monarch was the Antichrist and that dictator was the Antichrist and that king was the Antichrist?
Yeah, people need to stop with the Antichrist stuff. And
yeah, people need to
just you gotta calm down. You gotta really calm down.
I mean, look! Life is short enough as it is.
Right.
Number two, with all the with all the illnesses and all the viruses and bacteria
Look at the head on this one.
and parasites. I
This
mean,
is like a 5-finger head.
now what beer is that?
Oh, you ever have this?
Hold on, let me.
It's an American. No, don't put me on. It's an American classic.
Oh no, no, I'm at macro beer. No, no, I'm at no interest.
Macro all the way.
So no one. That guy was right. Sid was right.
Like that guy says, yeah.
Cheap. That guy with all the gold
It's
chains.
because I spend all my money on the gold chains.
Miller High Life. You know that stuff is loaded with preservatives and shit.
What is it preserving?
I don't know. Preserving garbage. Adjuncts. Adjunct. Yeah, that's why they call it adjunct.
Yeah, you know what it is, James. It's good if you want to just throw some back on a Saturday night.
Yeah,
because you get these IPAs. It's like 10%.
No, don't get the 10%. There's craft
That's all they
beer.
have. That's all they have.
There's craft beer that's
And they're
like
expensive.
between 5 and 6% alcohol.
Not a lot. No, it's not that many.
They're out
they're all pretty high.
I would be happier if you got Modelo's or something.
I like Modelo. That's a decent one. Yeah, I get that from time to time.
Now, who is this Jumbaloni here? Who is this? The official ambassador of the mulatto race? Hi. How can I get Bush just by sleeping and drinking cheap vodka? Putting my zero effort.
The mulatto race.
The mulatto.
Is this Sid? Sid, man. He's funny.
Or Red Rooster. Listen. Now.
You know what a mulatto is, right?
Yeah, it's a white and black mix. It's a mixed race. Well, that's what like a lot of Dominicans can be called.
Is it white and black?
No, it could. Well, there could be Native American.
No, that's mestizo. I think mestizo is Native American and European, right?
Okay, so the original mulatto was probably the Spaniard colonists.
Yeah.
The white
with the African.
With the African slaves. So in other words, the Spaniard colony, the conquistadors, they noticed that this is how it happened. They had slaves, right? And they noticed that some of the slave women were kind of good looking. So they got a boner.
Well, they got the big ass.
They got a boner. And before you know it, she got knocked up, and what was born was a mixed race baby, and that's the beginning.
They got the shape, good shape, but a little too dark.
No, they got. Listen, now they're fat. You know why? You know why they're fat now? Because of all the crap, all the fast food, and all the shit they eat. But back then.
What did they eat back then?
No, back then they were lean because they were active.
They used to eat rice and beans.
They ate high fiber foods back then.
And they walked with the basket on their head, right?
Yeah, they worked. They were active. So
and no shirt, the tits out.
Let me put on my Commandante left wing beret here. Hold on.
Okay.
All right. Now,
this is what you have to put on to talk about racial features.
No, I hold on. Toothpick time.
Like Scott Hall.
Like Scott. Well, Scott Hall used to go like this too.
And flick it at Vince McMahon.
Hey yo. So what I was saying is the first mulatto, they ate high fiber, natural food. There was no GMO food.
There was no McDonald's, right?
There was no fast food. Everything was
high fructose corn syrup. All that Kool-Aid bullshit drink.
No, everything sugared down. Food wasn't all.
It's not even sugar. It's high fructose corn syrup.
Yeah, it's toxic. So
Ronald has a huge problem with high fructose corn syrup. If
What?
you ever watch, if you watch his reviews, he does now. He's doing these. He buys a soda.
What is he drinking that shit for?
I think he's running out of ideas. He buys soda.
Take
and
a break.
He mixes it with some kind of liquor. but he won't buy the high fructose corn syrup soda. It has to be with sugar.
Well, you know what's a good soda? The Jarritos, the Mexican soda.
No, it's not. That's horrible.
Jarritos. You don't like it? Why? It's very sugary.
No,
right?
serious. It's really bad. It's loaded with sugar. It's the real sugar, but it's got so much of it. It's crazy.
You know what I used to get? I used to get Boylan's creamy red birch beer. Oh, the company is somewhere in northern New Jersey.
Anyway, James, let's not go off too much on a tangent. So what were we saying?
You ever had Boylan's before?
No.
Okay. You want me to talk for a half hour about soda?
No.
Okay. All right.
So I'm saying let's not go on a tangent.
All right. Let's get back to mulatto.
What we were saying about the mulatto race.
Right. Some of the girls, and I've seen them, that were 100% black, African girls. Some of them were
100%
pure. They weren't mixed. Some of them had very pretty faces. Have very pretty faces. So what happened was the Spanish conquistador, instead of jerking off, he took a liking to.
Instead of jerking off, they got the hot Spanish wife.
They had the armor suit. They wore the armor, but it was a little difficult to take their chorizo out. But they took a liking to some of the slave girls, and they got knocked up, and then therefore there was mixed race babies. And you know how
it wasn't because of the face, James. It was just because of the body.
In other words, what you're trying to say is two tits, a hole, and a heartbeat is all a horny man.
Well, I mean, they have a nice body. That you can't deny that. Oh, or at least a lot of them do.
Yeah,
they got the curves.
Yeah, the bubble butt, the long nipples.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of white girls these days they get the surgeries to have that.
Something to say.
DR is the easiest.
I was there for my birthday like a decade ago, and I had 5 women within the 24-hour period. Really?
Yeah. Well, whatever.
Really? So I guess
I've heard this a million times.
So I guess Punta Cana is a good place for.
Yeah, he's had 5 women and come
on vacation. Well, he's like.
I mean, you can have 5 women in the United States if you want. People always say it's either DR or Colombia.
Where? How are you going to have 5 women that quick?
You can.
Wow. If you're rich, you can get gold diggers.
Sure. Well, what do you mean in the United States?
Yeah, then you got to deal with that.
No, you don't even really have to be that rich. If you want to go and try to do that, you can do it. You don't have to be rich. You're gonna have to spend some money, but you're not gonna have to be rich.
You got to deal with the American woman's.
All he's talking about is getting. What he said: 5 women in 24 hours. That's what he said. So he's not getting into a relationship or anything like that. You can do that here.
No,
you can.
No, American women are too difficult to accomplish that. They're way.
I disagree.
They're way too difficult.
I disagree.
They're way too difficult. In Dominican, what must have happened was he was at a resort.
He's lying. First of all, he's lying. This is bullshit.
How do you know he's lying?
I know because I've heard this story so many times.
But do you know him?
I've heard this story so many times.
Listen, they saw he was a gringo American tourist.
He said he's the mulatto race.
No, he's
the ambassador of the mulatto race.
Oh, let me ask him. Are you?
It's Sid. It's Sid.
Hey, are you mulatto yourself, or are you a lily white Caucasian American?
This is Sid.
Tell me, are you what race are you? I
spent $4,000 on the trip. Okay, well you can spend $4,000. You can spend $4,000 here.
How
in
could
the
you
United
spend?
States.
How could you spend $4,000 in the Dominican Republic if a friend of mine went to Punta Cana for 1 week for $700 in an all-inclusive resort?
Because did your friend hook up with 5 girls in a day?
So what you're saying is this guy must have flashed money around.
Yeah.
They
sure.
could have.
But you could also do that here.
So they could have been prostitutes, in other words.
Yeah, they could have been.
Or gold digger. They saw
or
money.
whatever. Yeah.
Hold on, it's quiet. Let me see what he has to say, this gentleman.
Oh, he goes to the heart. He goes to the ghetto.
I go to the heart of, and you get mugged to the ghetto.
Oh, he's a tough guy.
No, you go to the ghetto of Santo Domingo, and you're gonna get freaking mugged and beat up. Come on.
All right.
Come on.
Let's change the subject.
Come on, man. Now, I really enjoy the advancement in robotics that I showed before. China has everybody beat. You should see how clumsy Elon Musk's Tesla robots are compared to China's robots. Clumsy, very clumsy. Hold on, what is he saying now? I build relationships. Where, in the ghetto? How do you keep from getting mugged?
Maybe he goes there with his friend who's from there. It's definitely possible.
How could you build a relationship and
he could meet a Dominican here and become friends with him, and then they can go visit, and then his friend's gonna watch out for him. It's not that hard.
How do you, in a short amount of time, how do you build relationships, get to know women, and then have sex with them? How do you do that so fast?
You don't have to build a relationship with the women. I think he's saying he builds relationship with people that maybe have his back in the ghetto.
Well, he must have. I don't know. Hold on.
I just told you. Maybe he has a Dominican friend.
Been there. They love me there. I
beats all the alpha males.
I beat all the alpha males in chess just for breakfast. I play.
I think this is Sid's best moniker yet.
I don't play. They play dominoes, which
that's in Cuba.
Why? No. Jamaicans play dominoes.
So they play dominoes all over the Caribbean.
The Caribbean, yeah.
I mean, it's a big thing in Cuba. I know. I never heard about Dominicans playing.
There's the 7-7 domino.
Dominicans play baseball.
And then there's the double 10, I think. The double 7 is the highest number. And there's the wood. Well, the wood ones. My ex-wife's father, who was a pediatrician,
Colombian.
He played. No, he was Cartagena, Colombia. Yeah, he played dominoes for money, and I try to give him a set of the white ones, plastic white ones. He didn't want it. He says we will break them. He says because we when we drink, we slam the domino on the table real hard, and we use the wooden ones, which are black.
What did you say you had?
I wanted to give him dominoes. I had from Toys R Us. I had the white ones. With the black dots.
Like plastic?
Oh, they call them pips. Yeah, they're plastic. He says we would break those. He says thank you for offering, but we would break those because we always slammed dominoes on the table.
Well, you can break wood also.
Now he uses the wooden ones with the dragon on the back. They're made in China. They're wood, so they're black with white. The dots are called pips.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, the domino. But you can't. You got to spread them on.
Pipsqueak?
Yeah, pipsqueak. You can't. You got to spread them on the table because you can't put them in the bag because then your opponent can feel how many dots. Like he can cheat. He can feel the dots, the pips. Hold on. James, Dominic, Mr. Oh, would you? You know what? I'm pissed at you, Gabrielle.
Come on, Gabriel, don't do that.
I don't want to know any results.
You should block him.
You know what? You really pissed me off. I'm blocking you.
Yeah, because you said that already.
I am really pissed. No, I'll put him on timeout.
Well, how long? 5 minutes? That's all he gets?
Timeout. Thank you very much.
I think that's the longest he can be.
Yeah, because he knows
I think you should ban him from your channel.
he
for
knows
life.
he knows that I want to watch it on daily.
Yeah, why would he do that? Why would he do
So
that?
now he wants to be a wise guy and tell me that.
Maybe he's had a few over there.
I don't give a fuck. I told him I don't want you gonna ruin. Hold on. I'm blocking him on Restream chat. Thank you very much.
Yeah, get him out of here.
Thank you very much.
He's worse than Sid.
Now I can't get rid of this. Oh, there we go. Unbelievable. He knows. You know it.
Instead of joining the conversation, joining in video wise, he's being a wise guy in the chat.
Yeah, he's being a wise guy in the chat, and he sends me a lot of silly things, and then he knows that I didn't watch it, and I asked him, don't tell me.
And I asked you if you wanted to know.
No.
Any spoilers? I said you only got to tell me once.
And this other fucking guy I know, who's a pro wrestling, an obsessive pro wrestling fan. All the fucking guy does is talk about pro wrestling.
What is he, a nerd?
He also tries to tell me the results before.
You know, the majority of pro wrestling fans are complete dorks.
They are dorks and they're geeks.
They really are.
They are dorks and they're geeks.
It's almost embarrassing that I'm even a fan.
Well,
I don't want to be associated with those kind of people.
Listen, I have been in the audience many times, and I have seen that they are the lowest common denominators.
Oh, they're disgusting. They have like 3 chins.
They're really low class people. I actually live in Little Havana, Miami. Tons of dominoes happening there. Oh yeah, they love it. Cubans loved it. Now, is it true? You know, I'm glad he brought that up. Is it true that the Miami Cubans are the ones who left Cuba during the revolution to flee the Castro regime, like when Batista, when General Batista was running Cuba?
Fulgencio Batista?
Right. Who, incidentally, fled to the Dominican.
He lived in Miami.
But he fled to the Dominican Republic first.
And Miami.
But then he went to Miami. Okay. But he made money because what happened was that the casino.
He was in with the mob. He was working with the mob.
The Chicago mob was helping him run the casinos.
Yeah.
In Cuba, in Miami. I mean, in Cuba. And they're the ones that made a success out of his casinos.
Oh, it was great.
In the hotels. So
great.
So the Cubans were the ones who had money, not the poor Cubans. The Cubans.
Oh, you don't think that was good for the Cuban people that worked at the casinos there? They were making good money.
Then because they lost their jobs.
Yeah, they did.
They
lost all their tourism. They lost everything, and then they got the government giving them a bread ration each month.
That's another
sucks.
That's another thing. Cuba was big on tourism. Europeans went there. Canadians went there. Americans.
I mean, it might have been mobbed up, but it was great.
Yeah, but look, just think about it.
What do they have now?
Think about the size of Cuba. How
it's
big?
I've told you this before. I think I'm the one who actually told you that.
Wow, I could see it on the map. It's
you see
huge.
It's. I think it's bigger than Florida, right?
It's
at least it looks like it is.
You know how much beachfront?
It's tremendous.
You know how many
So
resorts?
big. It's so big.
Do you know how many
I
resorts?
don't know how many resorts, but I'm sure it is a gold mine.
Well, just look at it. Look at the beach. Everywhere's a beach all around the island.
How many DRs can you fit into the space of Cuba? 100?
I don't know. Hold on. Let me. So Dominic did not win the Royal Rumble.
Well, I'm not going to say anything because I don't want to give you any ideas.
Don't tell me anything. I don't want to hear nothing.
Let's not talk about the Royal Rumble, guys.
I don't want to hear because they want to fuck. You know what it is? They know I don't want to pay for Peak Crotch. They know I don't want to pay.
Now, Peak Crotch is actually a very good value. Tremendous value for the Peak Crotch.
I just like getting things for free. I don't, you know.
I just subscribed today it's $13 a month with no commercials. And if you want to watch commercials, it's like $8.
All right. Now, what about Monday Night Raw? Can you watch that?
No, you can't. It's on Netflix.
So then now you got to have two bills. Now you got to have Netflix and Peak Crotch.
It's cheaper than cable, though.
Ouch.
You know how cable is ridiculous. I don't have cable, but I use YouTube TV.
How is that working for you?
I first started with YouTube TV back in like 2016 or something like that. They were charging like $35 a month, and you got all the channels. It was a great value, And now it's like $85 a month, and you don't get sports channels. You don't get this and that because they can't get a contract with them.
Okay.
The value has gone down exponentially, and the price has skyrocketed. It's not a good value. I wouldn't recommend YouTube TV unless you really want to watch. I would say for the NFL, college football, if you want to watch those games, it's good for that.
Well, what about movies?
What movies?
What
You're
about
gonna watch movies on TV?
What about movies in general? Like, let's say I like horror movies.
So they have the same channels that cable has. So you watch like Sci-Fi Channel and shit.
No, not that. Like, let's say
They don't have special movies.
all right. When I was using my sister's Netflix account before they put a stop to it, I was able to see so many horror movies were you know,
because that's Netflix.
Yeah. So YouTube TV and Amazon.
YouTube TV is just like cable. No, Amazon is a different thing. So what do you have at your apartment? You have
I got shit from Shinola. I got cable TV.
You have cable TV.
That's it.
That's what YouTube TV is. It's cable TV. But it's less of the channels, so it doesn't include all the channels. So you're not going to get special movies like Netflix has. You know?
So in other words, Netflix still beats all the others, even
It doesn't beat it. Like if you're into old fashioned watching TV, like you want to sit down and watch the 6 o'clock news at night, you know, like with fucking Walter Cronkite and all that stuff.
Let's say you know what
I mean?
Like, I'll give you an example. The scariest movie I've seen in the past year was on Netflix. It was called The Pope's Exorcist, starring Russell Crowe, the actor Russell Crowe. It was the scariest I've seen. Now, that was on Netflix. So, I'm just saying, would YouTube and Amazon provide the wide variety of horror movies, let's say, of Netflix, or Netflix is still like on top when it comes to variety?
Are Latina superior human beings?
No, but
yeah, YouTube TV was back in the day.
They're great in bed.
Yeah, no, they are. He's right. He's right about both statements.
Yeah, they're a lot better in
You
bed.
think this is Sid or this is actually somebody else?
They're a lot better in bed than Caucasian girls.
You think so?
Caucasian girls, they just want to go shopping and use your credit card, and they lie. They just want to lie there while you have to do all the work. Yeah, they're not gonna get on top of you and ride you for a long time, and
I think that can be said about
and
females
polish
in general.
polish your knob, like a savage, like they're eating baby back ribs, they just don't have the hot blooded passion.
Some of them might, James. You might not just have had the right ones.
Like the woman of the tropics, I think, is more hot blooded.
What is the tropics?
It could be
Miami.
It could really be Caribbean. It could be maybe Southeast Asia. Vietnam, Malaysia.
Are you into that type?
Thailand,
Asian?
Yes. They're very exotic. They have the nice, shiny, long black hair.
I never dabbled in that myself.
They have the nice, shiny, long black hair.
Yeah.
Say black hair.
Yeah, I never tried that. So I can't. I don't have any experience, honestly, with that.
DirecTV is my only option here. Really? Where you live?
He said he's in Miami. He said that already.
Wait a minute. So your only option is DirecTV in Miami?
I'm wondering, James, if this is actually Sid or if you think it's a different person.
I don't know. And look at the funny name.
It's got a funny name, but he's saying he's from Miami.
Maybe it's Sid and he's not.
And he seems to be.
Or
talking,
maybe,
and seems to be talking intelligibly.
Yeah, let me ask you.
Go ahead.
Ask him a question.
Go ahead, ask him a question.
Don't be sir, Mr. Mulatto. Are you from Twitch?
California?
Are you from? Let me ask him the fucking question. Are you from Twitch or are you from YouTube?
He's got a YouTube signal there at the bottom of his.
All right. Okay.
His avatar.
All right. Whatever. All right. Now we're talking about the first mulatto now and the first Hispanic. I found out the story about the first Hispanics when Cortez was fighting the Aztecs. In order to calm down the Aztecs and stop them from attacking the Spaniards were told to fraternize with the Aztec women. So the babies that were born were white and Native American. That was technically the first Hispanic. Now in the Caribbean, it was white. It was the Native Americans of the Caribbean islands.
A Taino.
Mixed and the slaves. So, Taino. Now in Cuba, they kept separate. The Afro-Cubans were in where Santiago is, where the eastern part of the island, where the Bacardi rum company started in Santiago, Cuba, which is the far eastern section of the island. And it was the person who started the company is Emilio Bacardi, and they used the fruit bat as a logo. It's not a Puerto Rican company. It's a Cuban company that fled to San Juan, Puerto Rico.
I think Ron told me that when he was doing one of his histories on.
Oh yeah,
on
Ron,
alcohol. Yeah, I think I learned that from him.
Yeah, Ron knows, because a lot of people, they used to.
I didn't know that. Yeah, I thought it was from Puerto Rico.
When they advertised Bacardi, they always called it Puerto Rican rum.
What is this stupid comment here?
The creation of Latinas. Wow, I am totally engaged. Yeah, the creation of the Hispanic woman is a mixture of the Spaniard, the white, lily white, honky Spaniards from Spain,
Now, nobody ever knew this.
fraternizing with the Native Americans
This is like brand new.
and the slaves. All right. So what you have is you got two types of mulatto. You got the mulatto that speaks English from the British colonies of the Caribbean. Okay, and then you have the Spanish speaking, the Hispanics.
Now, are Spaniards considered honkies?
Yeah, they're honkies.
Why? Why are they? I don't.
The lily white, the honkies from the
Well,
Caucasian.
they're not lily white.
I've known Spaniards that were very white.
A honky is more of an American term. I think it's referring to the WASP, which is a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant.
George Jefferson.
Anglo-Saxon, yeah. Well, no. Thomas Jefferson would be a honky.
George. Yeah. Oh, WASP. I mean,
A WASP.
was the white Anglo-Saxon Protestants.
That wouldn't include a Spaniard.
And maybe Germans, immigrants.
No, not Germans. That's not.
What is the history of honky? There's.
I would think a honky is an American term, predominantly directed at white Protestant English descent Americans.
Right. Now, the Irish immigrants. I'm trying to think. Actually,
Irish are Celtic. They are not Anglo-Saxon.
The Appalachian people, the hillbillies,
Some of them are Irish. Scots Irish.
They originally came from Scotland.
But that's not Anglo-Saxon.
No, they originally came.
That's Celtic. They're Celtic.
I'm trying to think of when the first Irish immigrants came to the United States was during the potato famine or something.
That's not. No, they go back further than that. But that's when most of them came.
You mean a large amount of them came?
Yeah, a huge amount.
Huge amount.
But they didn't go to the Appalachians at that time. They went into the cities.
Yes, they lived in the cities like Boston.
That's where my family came from.
Boston, New York. Mostly, I think they went to the Northeast. To be honest with you.
Yes, predominantly the Northeast. The earliest ones that came when they got to
Chicago.
Yeah, once they got off the ship, it was during the Civil War. They were taken and drafted right into the Union Army at the time.
Poor souls.
Fighting for a country against whatever the South, but they didn't have any stake in that.
Yeah, the Irish had nothing. There was no relevance, of them fighting in the U.S. Civil War. And now Chicago has a large Polish and Irish population.
A lot of Polish people in Chicago.
Yes.
Yeah. The whole Midwest area in general, not just Chicago.
Now, the Spaniard.
He's just acting stupid. This guy isn't serious.
The Spaniard girls that I've known look pretty damn Caucasian to me, and I agree with him as far as Spaniard girls.
Yeah, but we didn't say Caucasian. We said honky. It's a different thing.
Well, a honky.
What does Caucasian mean anyway? Caucasian is also a misnomer. It doesn't mean anything. It comes from the mountains of the Caucasus Mountains, which are close to Russia.
Yeah. So what would you?
So when they created this thing in the United States, the census, and they used the term Caucasian, well, I'm not even sure where that came from because that comes from the Caucasus Mountains.
European, the race that inhabits Europe.
Why would they be called Caucasian though? Right? Why would that be?
Why do you call a vanilla and chocolate a cream an a cream?
Why did the United States
no
government create a legal term called Caucasian?
you know, and
It's
a lot of
stupid.
a lot of online applications. I don't even see the term Caucasian or
Well, they
white.
stopped using it, which maybe is right because it never made sense to begin with.
There is no white and Caucasian genre, whatever.
They have Hispanic,
and
white, and then they have Hispanic non-white. But Caucasian never made sense.
I used to in my hometown, the neighboring town next to my hometown, there was a huge there still is a huge Polish community, and I used to go get fresh kielbasa and smoked sausages and everything, freshly made. I used to go to the Polish market, get the pierogies, and get the Polish got some good beer too. Zwiecz porter. They got a really strong porter. I used to get great food. I mean, I like it.
James.
But, yeah.
No, I'm on the fence with this
Right.
with this commenter. Is he Sid? Oh, he's not Sid. I'm
Right.
like 50-50 right now.
Wait a minute. He's half Polish, and he lives in Miami.
Well,
And
this is what he says.
He went to the Dominican. He went to Santo Domingo as a white guy, and he scored with all these girls from the ghetto, and he's a white guy that didn't get beat up in Santo Domingo in the bad
And
area.
what was Sid's MO?
Well, Sid had a lot of aliens.
Oh, he was supposed to be from Hawaii.
Yeah, that's why he said "bra" all the time. Bra, hey, bra.
I don't know. Maybe this is just some jerk. Maybe it's not
Wait a
Sid.
minute. You love pierogies. You're half Polish. You didn't get beat up in Santo Domingo in the ghetto. You went to. You know what? Goodbye. Something's not right about this.
He loves pierogies.
And he had sex with a lot of mulattoes.
And he plays dominoes in Miami. I mean, don't ban him. Let's see what he says.
No, I didn't ban him. You know, he's well. I'm white, and I know how to play dominoes, and I know how to play chess. You know, I mean, hold on. He says he just had a fat. What's going on over there in Florida?
You hear that?
I hear a bunch of yapping, arguing.
That's a bunch of Cubans yelling at each other.
Oh. All right, mulatto man had a fat wallet. Look how he spelled it.
Okay, now he's getting ghetto.
PHAT, fat wallet. I only speak the King's English, my friend.
For that, you can ban him. Ban him for that.
Saying fat, yeah, we don't
We don't do that over here.
we don't talk to. I'll put him on timeout.
Yeah, give him a break.
Yeah, because he's getting silly now. All right, you're on timeout. Goodbye.
Enough of that shit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was some Cubans yelling at each other over here.
Yeah, I heard them. Were they fighting over rice and beans?
I don't know.
Oh, here's another alias.
Eric R.
What is going on over here? Are you from Twitch or YouTube? Oh,
It says the YouTube signal thing.
Eric R.
Are you related to Eric Fraunfelter?
Are you related to Eric Fraunfelter, or are you an alias of Red Rooster again? Another alias?
So did Paul ever press charges on Sid or follow through with that, or that's done?
He says he had his IP address, and then I asked him, and he didn't answer me. I says, "Well, what's going on with the?"
Well, he did say it came from the photo was from a guy in California.
Yeah, he's a guy that is not has no reason to be a troll.
He was a porno guy, right?
Well, he was more than that. He's a porno guy, and he's like a college professor or something.
But so his picture is what
Listen.
Sid used for his avatar here?
Yeah.
Is that how the two were connected?
Yeah. He was using a photo of another.
Oh, at least Paul was able to figure that out. That's, somewhat impressive.
Well, he didn't listen to my audios. He's involved in something, and
Who, Paul? He's on the scene. He's talking all this bullshit.
he said here, God said it's the 11th hour before the hour I heard his voice. The meaning is deep and not a joke. He heard God's voice.
Well, Paul has been saying that God's been talking to him. I don't know if this is something new, or if has Paul always said that.
Yeah, this is something new. He says God's been talking to him there.
That might be a little weird, man.
Yeah,
maybe he's getting a little bit too.
Let me just say,
and you know who eggs him on is that woman Mickey. She feeds into his.
Oh yeah, she's a big fan of his. Yeah. She's she was black as coal, and she burns like the fire. I linger. Remember that song?
No.
Billy Joel. She was.
So what's going on with DJ James? You're not gonna do it. You gotta do it off. You gotta do it off air, right?
I just haven't picked a day and time.
You said you were gonna do it Fridays after SmackDown.
I got tied up doing something. He's sending me. What is he sending me here? I wonder if he's sending it to you. He's sending me his famous investigative videos.
He's a very progressive, investigative journalist.
Well, he's very busy journalist, that's for sure.
Yeah, he might be pulling himself in too many directions at once.
See, that's the problem. He is pulling himself in many directions, and he's you cannot focus. You cannot get things accomplished unless you focus on one thing at a time. And honestly, I don't know how competent his lawyers are, because
are they legal aids, or is he paying for them?
First, he says he's got the best lawyers, and now he's telling me I'm representing myself. Now, either you got
maybe he's the best lawyer.
The information keeps changing with him.
Yeah,
no consistency.
That's
No,
good. Good. You should get him on the show. Tell him to join
I
us.
sent him the link a long time ago.
Send it to him again.
No. How
No?
many times am I going to send him the link? Hold on. Let me send it one more time.
You join his bullshit show, right? Why can't he join yours?
Because he don't want to share the spotlight
This
anymore.
fucking OBC radio crap.
Oh, he's not doing that anymore. Now he has his own station. Oh, did you hear the latest? Paul and his business partner are buying a cable station. He says he's going to have his own cable station, and he's going to run his stuff like 24/7.
Okay.
And then he's gonna have like people pay for try to get sponsors.
They got to pay him.
No, like if you want to advertise your product, they would have to pay for TV time. But they're going to buy a station.
So
I hope it's true.
Get him on the show. Let's talk about it.
I sent it to him. I sent it to him again.
I'm gonna send it to him.
I sent him the link.
I'm gonna send him the fucking link.
Oh, let me see what Malata's saying here.
Oh, he's back.
The word "fat" got me timeout.
Fat? Yeah, it did.
It did get you timeout, but you can't be on timeout.
We don't talk like that over here.
Yeah, but you just but you messaged me. How could you be on? How could you be on
You
timeout?
put him on timeout, James.
I put him on timeout, but he just
Like a little. If he wants to talk like a little boy, he's gonna get put on timeout like a
But
little
how
boy.
could he be on timeout if he just messaged me?
Because the timeout has expired, so he's back.
Oh, well, I
And
guess.
don't use that fat word.
And
again.
Gabriel and Gabriel
What's
probably
Gabriel doing?
he probably got mad because I scolded him, but I had good reason to scold him. I don't want to know the fucking end result. What if I was stupid enough to spend money in a movie theater on a brand new movie that just came out, and Gabriel saw it already, and
No, it's worse. It's worse than that.
and he tells me the end.
No, it's worse.
Yeah,
It's worse than that.
Yeah, because
at least a movie has all this story behind it and everything. A wrestling event or a sporting event, once you get told the ending outcome, you don't care about anything that leads up to it. It's like being told if I want to watch the Mets game, and I'm recording it, and then somebody comes up to me and tells me the Mets won against the Brewers. Why would I bother watching it?
Yeah,
if I
why
know that
would
they
you
already
bother?
lost, or they won or they lost.
Why would you want to watch the entire game?
I wouldn't want to. I would be annoyed that you told me. So just if people tell you they don't want to hear spoilers, you got to respect that. You got to respect it.
Yeah, because it ruins your experience.
Mm-hmm.
If you know the end results, it ruins your experience.
Yeah.
It's very inconsiderate.
It's extremely inconsiderate.
It says Prawley, the
Prawley? What is? All right.
You know what?
This is as bad as the other word.
So this, you know what? Goodbye.
He needs another 5 minutes.
I'm blocking him.
Well, don't totally block him. Give him 5 minutes.
All right. I'll put him on timeout.
5 minutes. I mean,
Probably,
you need to stop Sid or whatever his name is.
That word is that ghetto talk again?
Did you ever go to school? Did you go to the school of hard knocks or what?
Hard cocks. P-H-A-T. That's not the way you spell fat.
This is not the 1990s anymore. That's not cool.
How is a person using all that ebonics?
And he has a fat wallet, right?
Right. How is a person that spells and talks like that going to get a good job in these days in the United States?
Not in Trump's America.
Unless they're a rap star, unless they're a rap
maybe
singer.
Maybe. I don't know.
Then you could do all that yo
like the halftime of the Super Bowl. You know that fucking shit.
You know what I wanted to tell you? You know what I noticed about the WWE?
Too many Samoans.
No, listen to me. No, it had nothing to do with the Samoan family. During Raw and SmackDown, let's just say SmackDown yesterday. Even during Raw, they're making a big fuss announcing all these rap singers in the audience.
Oh, and they were introducing like this basketball player too, right?
Yeah, I never heard of any of these rap singers. Who gives a fuck?
The WWE, they're trying to be cool, you know.
Why are they kissing ass to and all the music they play is all modern black music.
It sucks.
Whatever you call it, R&B. I don't know.
And I think it's like half of the roster too. It's like people of color.
You know what they're doing? They're kowtowing to.
Do you think The Rock is part of that? Is he pushing that stuff?
I don't know, but they're kowtowing to the teeny boppers that like that shit. And look at the merchandise. They're really pushing merchandise. When I grew up watching the wrestling in the territory days, you didn't have all this rap shit,
Well,
and
I'm used to that because I'm younger than you.
yeah, but you're an Irish, uh, you're Irish descent. You're not supposed to be
I'm not saying
into
I'm into it, but I'm used to it.
Yeah, well, I avoid it. I
I mean,
mean,
if you there's a difference, James. If you're growing up in the '70s, first the 2000s. In the '70s, you had people with backbone.
yeah. I look.
I didn't grow up with anybody with any backbone.
Listen, there were black. There was plenty of black music in the
Yeah, but
'70s.
and it was actually good back then.
But it was good music. You had not
It
just
actually
classic
was good.
disco, but you had old house music, and you had freestyle, and you had the new wave.
Yeah.
You had
It wasn't
techno,
until
and
what was it, the early '80s when Run DMC and
yeah, what do they call it, hip
yeah,
hop?
when they came out with that, and then everything went downhill from there.
You know who? You know what hip hop? You know who? What
Well,
happened
hip hop
during?
came from disco because they were taking the disco records as DJs, and then they were bringing them into a club or a street atmosphere, and they were what do you call that? Screwing them up, taking them and playing around with them, and then people started rapping over that, and then they called it a
Yeah,
beat. They took actually a beautiful thing, which
yeah.
disco music was a little wacky because it was drug fueled and everything, but
They did the BJ. They took
scratching.
the
That's what I
BGs.
meant to say. They scratch it up.
They took "Staying Alive" and they made a rap song out of it. This was back in the '90s. They took the song "Staying Alive" by the Bee Gees, and they rapped
Well,
with
they
the
did it
song
to
in the
many
back.
many songs, many songs. I mean,
Yeah.
anything really.
Now,
It's actually was very rare that they would come up with their own song.
I'm gonna tell you what hip hop did. What happened during
Well,
hip
hold
hop
on,
when
hold
hip
on a
hop?
second, James. I gotta
Where you
take
go?
a piss.
You gotta
Yeah, I'll be
urinate.
right back.
Well, you're
Well,
you're like me.
you can tell the audience and
You have,
then fill me in when I get back.
you have a very active bladder like me.
Yeah, sometimes I do.
All right. You have a empty gallon jug you can piss into
I'll be
right
right
there.
back.
Are you gonna go? You should
Be
have
right
a
back.
gallon. Urinate in the fucking gallon. What are you doing? What are you doing? Well, you are a part of it. You just posted this. Evidently, the timeouts don't work. Now, the mulatto, are you a baseball fan? Oh, are you a football fan? You know what? I'm going to bring up the Washington Redskins story, and it's a happy story. I'm very pleased with it. Let me wait for it. Depending on how long it takes for him to urinate. What I was trying to tell him is just keep like an empty milk gallon, a plastic milk carton there, and stick your dick in and piss in it, so you don't have to keep getting up, taking the headphones off, walking to the bathroom, and coming all the way back, put the headphones on. I used to keep in the car, like I used to keep like an empty 2-liter plastic bottle just in case I'm in traffic and my kidneys are hurting me because I have to piss really bad and I'm in traffic. You got to do what you got to do. You know, mulatto, active bladder. Yeah, I have annoyed this. I have annoyed this bladder. My bladder's pretty active. Hey, it's also, I mean, for the kidneys, it's a good idea not to eat too much protein because that puts a burden on the kidneys. Ammonia. Okay, sports. I am very happy to hear that this national Native American organization is telling the owner of the Washington Redskins to bring back the Washington Redskin logo. Get rid of the W because that Indian chief is he's a famous
What about the
Indian
name?
chief.
What?
No, they don't mind them going back to the word Redskins
Okay.
because that logo is a famous Native
But you know what the
American
problem
chief.
is, James? It was never about the Indians. It wasn't about them feeling bad. It's about these stupid white liberal Democrats that want to fuck around with people and pretend that they care about the Indians when they just want to fuck around and call people racist. That's
And
what it really is.
they're the same ones that took Aunt Jemima
And they're the
off the
same
bottle
ones
of
that
paper.
changed the
Uncle
Cleveland
Ben's
Indians into the fucking Guardians.
the
Complete
Guardians.
disgrace.
After 75 years or maybe
So,
more, the Cleveland
how can
Indians
you
were,
associate yourself with these type of people, these Democrats?
I never claimed to be a PC neoliberal Democrat. I'm an independent. I'm not a registered
But
Democrat.
you always vote for the Democrat Party, at least in presidential politics, right?
Well, I do it because the independent candidates don't get any face time. So therefore they don't have a chance.
Because they don't have a party.
They don't have
This is a two-party system.
that's the problem. There should be a
But that's what
third
it is.
party.
That's what it is.
There is no.
So you got to
it's
pick a
just
side, and you pick the Democrat side. For some
Tweedledee.
reason, that resonates more with you.
Well, what resonates with me is my wallet. I want to pick somebody who's going to preserve all the benefits I get.
Okay. Is that
So
it?
it's
Is that all?
it's all about the bread and butter.
There's no racial stuff.
No. It's about moolah.
So you
fabulous
wouldn't mind
moolah.
if we had a President Kamala right now?
President who?
Kamala.
Let me tell you, if Donald Trump saw the Holy Spirit, and
If he saw the
said-
Holy Spirit,
if he saw the Holy Spirit,
well, you
and
can't
he says,
you can't see the Holy Spirit.
well, feel it. Let's say he felt it, and he said, "I have compassion and empathy for low-income people, retired people, disabled people, po folk, and I am going to increase their benefits across the board and increase their food stamps.
Increase it
and
to how much?
And increase the Social Security." Then I would say,
Or
Donnie
what
boy,
is this,
you're
Venezuela? We're gonna increase all these things?
yes. Why not?
Well,
The rich
look at Venezuela. That's why not.
make the rich pay for it.
You don't think there
Tax
was
the
rich
rich.
people in Venezuela?
Well, it's working really great in Scandinavia and in Mexico.
Is it though?
Oh, it's fucking awesome. They got rid of all the corrupt. They're using the Mexican army to get rid of all the corruption, the corrupt judges, the crime. the criminals, there's free health care and free university.
You know, the tariff war just started today.
You know, in Mexico. You think
They
everything's
started
wonderful?
I don't think everything's wonderful. They just Trump administration put the tariffs on Mexico. I think it's 25%. I think it's 25 for Mexico and Canada, 10 for China. But then from what I heard, Mexico is retaliating with like a 35% tariff now. So it's a tariff war now. It's a legitimate tariff war.
Yeah, there is a
We'll see
tariff
what
for it.
happens, man. This is very interesting.
You know what's going to happen? The consumer is going to get hammered.
Well, you that's what it looks like. At least from the outset of it. I don't know what they have up their sleeve. You know what I mean? I think. To tell you the truth, James, I think we're in for some very interesting times. This is not just like you can say this is gonna happen, you can say this is gonna happen. We are already in interesting times, and there's gonna be interesting times in the future.
What do they expect to accomplish by
That's
having
what I'm
a
saying, that
tariff
we
war?
cannot really say. We can't.
It's going. The consumer's going to pay astronomical prices.
Okay,
for,
so
hey,
listen
look,
to what I said
Mike.
again. That's what it looks like. It looks like that. You would think that, right? But we're gonna have to see what happens. Okay, that's it's a day by day process, and so let's not be like Paul and go nuts every time that we see a different thing happen here, a different thing happen there. Like we said before, you have to calm down. Everybody keep calm. Which I think you're a pretty calm.
Like
you're
this,
you're a
right?
pretty calm guy. You're pretty calm. I don't see you going too crazy.
Yeah, I just don't like getting cut off.
Yeah. Well, that's
I'm very
understandable.
sensitive. I'm very
I
sensitive to
saw
being cut
you
off.
were very upset the past, like maybe like 3 days after Trump won. He beat Harris, which was like it was very predictable that he was going to beat
No, I got
this
used to
horrible
that.
candidate. She was
I
horrible.
got used to it because I didn't think Harris stood a
But
chance.
I could tell you were pretty upset. I could tell because you didn't say anything on social media. You were silent. You wouldn't participate in the groups that you actually created.
Because
I get it. I
Salvatore
understand.
gets
he
under
does.
my skin.
I know. I like Sal.
Yeah,
He's a good Italian New Jersey guy.
I like him. I like him when I talk to him about food. When I talk to him
He's
about
a big
food,
family man too.
he's my buddy. Well, I don't care about family people. I care about food.
You don't care about family?
If he talk,
You know, it was his
talk-
birthday. I think yesterday.
I didn't know.
Yesterday, the day before. I didn't know either. I saw it today on Facebook.
No, listen, I have many conversations with him about recipes and food, and we got
he's
along.
big into food. Yeah,
As soon as politics enters,
Sal
that's the
he's actually from Italy, right? He's born there.
No, I think he's from Queens.
Was he born in the U.S.?
He might have been born. I know his family's from Naples, I think. But anyway, Western Mike, hey, brah, I sent you the link. You never come on the show.
Come on the show, Mike. Come on, show your face.
Howdy, Poopy. He's calling us Poopy. Howdy, Poopy.
You know,
Well,
it's getting late over here, but in California, what is it, like 9 o'clock?
Yeah, it's like
Western Mike.
what the
Ever
fuck?
since that time, you told him he couldn't play the music. I don't think he's ever come back.
Yeah, but it interferes with
Maybe
the
that
show.
would be good for DJ James. He can join the off air. So tell him about it.
Well,
tell Mike about the idea.
I'll tell him about I have an idea, Western Michael. The idea is I advertise that with the link that I'm going to do a DJ show where I'm going to play lots of dance club music, great music, and but I won't go live. It'll be a private hangout, and I'll just post a link, and people can come on and talk. And you want to smoke marijuana, you want to eat edibles, you want to drink, you want to get drunk. I'm
smoke
gonna,
crack.
you want to do what Jordy did, try to have sex with his girlfriend, and with the webcam was facing his bed.
A
You wanna
live
do-
sex celebration.
Right, except he shut the fucking camera off before that happened. I thought they were, because the both of them were really wasted bad. And his girlfriend was like talking like that.
That's great. That's really good.
And then he shut, I figured they're going to be oblivious to the camera, but he shut it off. So anyway, I'll be playing all kinds of great tunes, dance club music, but I won't get copy. YouTube won't take me off the air because I won't be live. That's
I
my
don't think Western Mike even cares. Oh, there he is. He said he's just chatting.
He says the same thing every week. He says, I'm just chatting. I have enough words off air. I'm just chatting.
No, that's okay.
Chatting, typing is not chatting. Typing
It's
is
okay,
texting.
Mike. It's okay.
I mean, that's what he just doesn't want to come on the show anymore.
No.
And he hasn't.
Does he do
done
his own show? No.
No, I haven't seen him go live in a very long time. With his shows.
Yeah, he
I
used to
haven't
do like the
seen
motivational shows, right?
I used to do a lot of interesting shows. He would talk about everyday.
He would
topics
talk about
and,
staying sober, but then he eventually fell off the wagon, right?
Well, he's talking about. Well, now he's under control. He's talking about social issues like dating and women, and
Dating.
and
Yeah, well,
rude people. How people have eyeball problems. They stare at him, and they.
It's a little interesting. I wouldn't mind talking to him about that.
Snicker, they
Especially
snicker
people in
at
California.
him.
People in California are probably weird, right? Like
Yeah, they
those
have a
liberal
state.
cities.
Yeah, they stare at him.
When does the DJ
a
show
lot
begin?
of I don't know. I have to pick
It
a
was
day.
supposed to start yesterday.
What do you think?
Right after SmackDown.
What do you think?
Well, you were
What
were
if
saying Friday nights after
You think-
SmackDown is what you said.
You think anybody will show up tomorrow? Because
Tomorrow, I don't know. Tomorrow, what time?
I don't know.
You don't know what time tomorrow?
I don't know. I don't want to be playing music by myself.
Well, that's why I'm asking you what time.
Well, any suggestions?
You want to do an afternoon show? See if we can get the Commodore involved.
I asked Commodore. He don't want to come on. You don't want to come on.
He's done
anymore.
now? Is he all right? You said he was depressed before, right?
Yeah, he's
Seemed like a very
He's,
strong alpha male.
well, he is, but he's
No, you don't have to get into it. It's
he
all
works
He works a
uh,
shit job, right? As an accountant.
he works 7 days
too
a
much.
week,
That's too much.
and I don't know why he does it. I don't know if he does it to get away from his wife. I mean, why would a man?
But you don't have to get into it.
I don't know. I don't.
To
I don't
answer
know.
Daryl's question.
All I know is he quit the fitness
really?
group because he says, you put too many wrestlers on there that
He
take
doesn't
steroids.
like the wrestlers?
That takes that. He's really a nitpicky guy.
He seemed like a cool guy from what I saw.
Yeah, but he was a paratrooper. He jumped out of planes.
When he used to join the Sunday shows, he seemed pretty chill. But maybe that's just how he seemed.
Now he just changed. He changed. Just like look, the Michael
But
changed.
but
Michael,
all right, so you
what?
got Daryl's asking you when you're gonna do the show. So
I'm telling you. Let me
look,
finish
you
my
got another
statement.
question here.
What's their mic changed too? No, I
How
was
do you
thinking
say
of
that?
starting with.
Marval
You know, I can't even talk anymore.
Marvelous Mama. Is that what it is?
Marvelous Mama, how are you? Yeah, I'm gonna start a DJ show off
It has to
the
be off
air,
the
but
air.
I'm gonna
Maybe you can start it on air and then
why?
to get
So
everybody
YouTube.
involved before you play the music. You get everybody joined in and then you take it off the air.
Oh, for Christ's sakes! Look what he's asking. He's asking. Uh,
What? He's not asking anything.
yeah. He's asking what the booze hounds ask. Ronnie, what are you drinking?
Wait, go to the other
I'm, you know what?
his first statement.
I'm ready to call it quits
He
because
wants to know if it's
you know
tomorrow. Daryl wants to join in.
I don't know. You think I should do one
Yeah, do it
tomorrow?
tomorrow afternoon. I'll do it. But tomorrow
Okay.
afternoon, not tomorrow night. No, I'm serious.
Tomorrow night.
I don't really want to join stuff on Sunday nights because I gotta work the next day.
Yeah. Oh, you mean like don't do it late Sunday
Right?
night?
Yeah. Yeah. Like an afternoon show would be cool. I might be able to go down to the pool.
Okay, what I'll do is I'll send you. I'll put it on my. I think Daryl is on my Facebook friends list. I'll put it on my profile, and I'll put it on the group called Fuck You Facebook. I'll put it on that. I'll put it on my profile. I think Daryl is on my friends list, and for Marvelous Mama, let me tell her. Let's pick a time. How about what do you think? 3 p.m., 4 p.m.
Yeah, that sounds alright.
Maybe.
I think 3 p.m. sounds pretty good.
3
I think
p.m.
I like
Eastern
3.
time.
Yeah.
So 3 p.m. Eastern time would be like what, 1 p.m. Pacific? 3 hours
12
earlier.
o'clock Pacific.
12. All right, so let's say yeah, but how's she gonna know? Let me think. Are you on Facebook, Marvelous Mama, or are you on Instagram? Let me think. Well, what I could do is, like you said, I could go live. Okay.
Just like you are right now.
Just so
you get
like
everybody involved. Yeah.
Right. Get a few people on, and then before I start the music, I will just go off, no more live, and just remain.
Now, even if you're off air,
well, could they see?
People are
that?
Still able to comment?
Okay.
But they need the link. They need the link to the StreamYard.
Okay. Let's say, all right, my YouTube channel will show the preview of the show.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'll put down, DJ James Hangout or something like that. I'll make up some kind of title. They'll see the title, but I won't be live, but they'll see the title, and then they could go and they could still.
You should probably go live for at least a little bit yourself.
But does the comment box show up even though you're
Well,
not live?
you are gonna be live.
Well, actually, I got messages. I wasn't even live yet. You, as
That was
Ronnie,
because you
Gabriel.
set up a timer thing for your YouTube.
Right,
it goes off
but
like a half hour before the show starts. So you can put comments in starting at like 7:30 if the show starts at 8.
okay.
So you could do that. You can do that too if you want to do the show at 3 o'clock, and people can start commenting around like 2:30. But I think the
Right.
important thing is that people see your face. Maybe you come on. You send out some reminders or whatever if you can.
I'll advertise the show ahead of time, and I'll put the link.
Now, Daryl, if you don't want to join the show video wise, like you usually don't, what would happen is once James takes the show off air, right, and that's when the music starts. You can click on the link to join the show, but you don't have to actually join the show. You can just comment, so you'll have access to the show, but you don't have to join. It's just like YouTube. So you have access
what
to see what's
happened?
going
What
on, and you can leave comments that would show
What
up.
happened?
That we can read the
What
comments.
happened? What happened today? When you and Gabrielle sent messages and I wasn't live yet. Did you see me on the video? Did you
No,
see
I
me?
just told you. So you have set up these pre-recorded. You have set up not pre-recorded, predestined shows to happen in the future. That's what you have done on your YouTube channel. So you had a show set up for today, right? To begin at 8 o'clock. So it comes up and says at 7:30. It'll come up on my my feed or Gabriel's feed. If we are subscribed to you, it comes up and says James is going to start it, or Progressive Discussions is going to start a show in a half hour.
Right. So I just won't. I just won't go live. And if I don't go live, I can't be penalized for copyright music.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
but how are you going to get people involved?
Well, they're going to see me. They're going to see the title and the
I think you should go live for like 20 minutes or maybe just like 15 minutes just to get people in the mix.
Or would that be necessary?
Yeah, I think it would.
I mean, I don't want to do it if I can get away.
I think it would be necessary. I think so.
Dr. Faustus? That was a movie.
Faustus.
That was a movie with Richard Burton. Faust?
Oh, I thought you said Dr. Faust.
No, Faust. I don't
like
get
like Dr. Fauci. I Faust followed you. What does that mean?
I have no idea what that means. Is that a California term? Faust? I don't know what that means. I don't even know what this means.
What? Hold on. Face purple, wide eyes.
I have no idea what that is. Is this like? Is this what shadow people talk about from another dimension?
I don't know. Well, I mean, at least James, we can try this out.
I don't know.
It might be just me and you doing the DJ James. Daryl seems like he's interested.
Well, Daryl's on my friends list, so I'm going to put the preview on my Facebook profile, and then I'm going to put the link for those that choose to come on with audio or video. I'm going to just put the link.
I think you should send it to Paul also. But this is not going to be a conspiracy theory crazy nonsense show that's going to be dedicated to music, right?
Yeah.
So if you can't come on there and start yelling and talking about aliens and
Because
shit.
I'm gonna be blasting. I'm gonna be playing the music. The music
Yeah,
is
so
gonna be playing. Now, Paul.
it's more about music.
Now, Paul, I know what's gonna happen. He's gonna start. He's gonna do that. I know
Yeah.
that. I know he's gonna do that. And
Maybe I don't know.
I think it's a good idea. Honestly, to send him the link. I think it's a big mistake because he'll be a dominatrix and try to take over the show.
But what if you explain to him that because he's a music guy too, right?
If I tell him the show is not going to be about world events, politics, conspiracy theories, the Bible prophecy, it's going to be about relaxation
Mm-hmm.
and music.
It's Sunday. It's the Lord's Day.
But not his music.
Let's not you know get off on crazy tangents of politics and nonsense.
What you say? Icons
don't show up for you.
Icons? Fuck what icons? They can go fuck themselves if they don't want to show up. Icons?
Icons.
Tell them to fucking wipe my ass after I take a shit. They don't want to show up for me, motherfuckers. Fucking motherfuckers.
Just music, please.
Yeah, that's it. No politics, no problems, no conspiracy theory, no Trump. I don't want. But I know what Paul's going to do. But you know what? Then I'm going to mute him, and he's going to get mad. But I don't care. If I explain, it's like when I explained to Gabrielle, do not give me the results of the Royal Rumble. All right, and if I explain it to Paul, and he agrees with me, and he doesn't comply, and he just does what he wants, he's
got to agree first of all. He has to agree.
Otherwise, I'll mute him.
It's like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. You have to agree to the rules before you can enter the chocolate factory.
Willy Wonka. It was a Charlie.
Yeah, Willy Wonka. Well, they did a couple of different movies. One was Willy Wonka. One was Charlie. Charlie was the kid. Charlie was the kid.
Wait,
that went there with his grandfather.
Who was the little girl that got really
that was
fat?
That was
She was like a
the
spoiled.
one that got fat. Well, there was also the rich one. The little girl that was really rich.
She was like a real obnoxious, entitled, rich girl.
Well, that was the whole point of the movies that they all had to sign an agreement that said they agreed to these terms and they will enter the chocolate factory.
Yeah.
Once they got into the chocolate factory, they had no repercussions. They had nothing they could say against Willy Wonka, who was essentially killing them, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
So it's the same thing with your show, is that if Paul signs on the dotted line that he is going to dedicate it to, we're going to talk about music, chilling. I mean, it can be other topics, but we're not going to talk about politics or about the end of the world or anything like that.
Yeah, no, he could talk about things that are important to him personally.
Mm-hmm.
Like he wants to talk about how he feels, or
I don't want to hear too much about his ex-girlfriend though. It was a lot of shit about that too.
You know, he's going to make it about him, and it's not about him.
So maybe we should just not invite Paul,
because there's other people that are going to be present.
It's not going to be the Paul show.
It's not. That's the problem. He tries to make it the Paul show because he's basically a very. He may come off as, you know, saying he's compassionate and he has love in his heart, but you know, he really makes it all about him.
Why do you think he's like that? Do you think that something happened in his youth?
something had to take place with his upbringing, you know.
Yeah, he doesn't work, right?
No,
And he lives in a rent subsidized apartment.
no, he
So
doesn't.
that's
He,
why he has all the time
well,
on
he
his
doesn't.
hands to do these
He got fired.
journalistic endeavors.
Well, because he spent his life in touring with rock bands, Billy Preston.
I didn't even know that about him.
Yeah, he toured with Billy Preston. He's a very accomplished
Wow, I see. That's something I didn't know.
yeah keyboard, piano, guitar, songwriter. He
So why
sings,
doesn't he doesn't do that now?
and then he sells clothes. He sells the tie dye clothes. He's doing very well with his tie dyes,
Uh-huh.
and
Uh-huh.
yeah, so he's self-employed.
Why did he stop doing the music stuff?
No, he's continuing that. He has a professional recording studio. He deals with other people in the industry.
So is it his girlfriend that lives in, what is it, a Section 8
Yeah,
apartment?
yeah,
And so he lives with her, and he doesn't have to pay rent.
right, exactly.
That's a pretty sweet deal.
Yeah, but he lives in fucking Brooklyn, where
So
there's like
you know what? Well, he
where
lives
he lives. There's a bunch of derelicts
there's a
outside.
bunch of shit going on, but that's where he gets his material for the news. That's where he gets his material from. If he lived in the suburbs, he wouldn't be getting all that material.
That's what I told him. He says, "Oh no,
He doesn't, James. He doesn't want to live in the suburbs.
He always says, I gotta move to the suburbs by you. I gotta move to Jersey.
That would kill his TikTok channel.
That's what I told him.
His TikTok, he's got all this shit going on with the subway and the rats. He won't get that in the suburbs. They don't do that shit on Long Island.
What's he gonna do? He's gonna.
I came from Long Island.
You think
45 minutes from Brooklyn, where he's from.
You think he's
It's
gonna
a completely different world.
You think he's gonna take the bus and the subway into the
into the hood?
Into the hood from the lily white suburbs over
He
here?
doesn't want to live in the suburbs. He doesn't want to live in the suburbs. He's got it good over there. He's living rent free. He's got all this shit going on around him, so it entertains him, and he can play his role as this investigative journalist.
It's like Spider-Man. He's a
Well, that's great, man. That's the whole. He doesn't have to go to work. I gotta get up every morning and put on nice clothes and go to a fucking office and be an accountant. You think I want to do that?
You mean you can't wear flannel pajamas and go to your
No, I'm not like Eric. I don't work from home.
or Mick Von Raven works from home too.
No, I wear decent clothes. I get in my car and I drive to work. Yeah, 5 days a week.
Yeah, well, he keeps saying, I gotta get out of this neighborhood. I gotta move to the suburbs.
He doesn't want to get out. He doesn't want to get out of there, and I don't blame him. It's a good gig.
It would kill his journalism thing. It would kill his journalism.
Now he is. He's wild. I mean, I'll tell you, for somebody who doesn't do drugs and doesn't drink alcohol, he's a wild person. I mean, imagine if he did. What?
Yeah. Well, he grew up in the Bronx. Oops. You must have hit the wrong button. Let me see if he comes back. If not, all right. So I'll create the show. I'll put it on my Facebook profile with the link. It'll be on my YouTube channel. What do you think? 3 p.m. Eastern time, right? Oh, there it is. 3 p.m. Eastern time. And I might not even have to go live at all, because everybody will see me
Hey, James, I got you on my phone.
Yeah, we were talking about. Yeah, he grew up. He grew up in the Bronx.
Wait, hold on. Let me put my headphones on.
Actually, you're much clearer with your phone. Oh, look at that! How nice! You got the LED lights up there. Cool. Oh, you got. It almost looks. You got. It's like tropical color. You got turquoise, pink, yellow. I think. Yeah, it's like tropical colors, like almost like the Miami Dolphins. What am I looking at? Poinsettia? Is that a poinsettia that's still alive?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's a poinsettia still alive.
You know why it's alive? Because poinsettia is more of a tropical plant to begin with.
It's beautiful, right?
Yeah, no, they love it there by you with the humidity and the light. So
Yeah.
yeah.
It's a very pretty plant.
Yeah, you gotta keep the soil moist.
So what do you say? Water it once a week?
No, more. If the soil feels dry, you gotta water it right away. You gotta, as long as you got drainage. I mean, that you can't have the
Well,
soil.
it doesn't have drainage. It's just there, like in the pot thing.
No, there's holes.
You know where I got this from,
Holes
James?
at the bottom of the pot, man.
You know where I got this from?
What?
I got it from the church. They were after Christmas. They were giving them out because they were cleaning up the altar.
Do the same thing in the church by me.
Yeah, and so they had them outside the back of the church, and they said if you want to come, take them.
If you want to come, take it. But what I'm saying is, if you take the foil, if you don't remove the foil, there's holes. It's a plastic pot. There's holes in the bottom. If you leave the foil there, the water will pool in there, and the roots will get rotten.
So take off the foil.
Absolutely. That's why a lot of them die, because the roots get
So
rotten.
why did they put the foil there to begin with? Because it looks nice.
Because it looks nice. Yeah.
So it's for Christmas. They put the foil.
Right.
You know what? I'm gonna take it off right now. Now that you told me that.
Because there has to be
give me a second here. I'm gonna take it off.
I love those tropical LED lights you got up there.
No, they're Christmas lights. I just never took them down.
No, but I mean the colors. It's like pink, turquoise, blue, and yeah, they're nice. Leave them though. Leave them.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave it there. I'm gonna change the colors. I want to put up like a solid blue, maybe.
Well,
instead of the Christmas colors.
Why they're Christmas colors?
Yeah. How does that look?
All right, good. Now lift it up and tell me if you see holes in the bottom.
Yeah, there are. So I don't want to get the table too dirty.
No, well, you gotta get a plastic,
or like a little plate or something like that.
Yeah, like if you order takeout food, they give you the plastic tray.
I'll give it a shot. How long do you think these things they'll live for? Because I haven't really been taking care of it, to be honest with you. I water it once a week.
All right. What kind of temperature you be getting at night now?
Well, last week it was extremely cold. It was.
Then you gotta bring it in.
Yeah, but right now it's nice though. It's like it's around like 65 at night.
It's not that bad. That's not that bad. Yeah, but you gotta keep the soil moist and
like right now it's about like 65 degrees.
Yeah. And it's good that you removed it, because what happened was I seen them rot because people leave it in the foil, and the water pools. It doesn't drain, doesn't go anywhere, and then the roots get rotten.
Now what do you think it is that the Catholic Church always likes to have the poinsettias, but then they don't want anything to do with them afterwards?
That's a good question. If they're thriving, why get rid of them? They look nice.
Or what is it about them that you even? Why do they put them there? Like, is there a sacred reason?
No, because of the colors.
Red for Christmas.
Dark, deep red with the green leaves on the bottom. Yep. Yeah, but they grow them in Mexico. They're really a
Mexican plant.
Well, they're subtropical and tropical plants. It's not.
But they're very popular in the Northeast, in the New York area.
Yeah, because of the colors, but they import them. They ship them north.
It's very interesting.
Yeah, but it might thrive just fine. I mean, you get it gets good light on the terrace.
Mm-hmm. That's what I was thinking. Instead of keeping it inside.
Yeah, and there's the wind chill fact. Like, are the sides enclosed? Are there walls on the sides of you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there shouldn't be any wind chill factor.
And it's been very good weather. The past week has been in the 70s. It's been so nice down here.
Well, leave it. Leave it out on the terrace for now. I mean, you just got to worry about the nighttime lows. But I don't think you're gonna have you're not.
No, I think what happened was last week the whole country went through like a big freeze, and Florida took part in it. So even down in Miami, it was going down to the 40s. So I think it was pretty bad, to tell you the truth. But it's nothing compared to up where you are. But it was only a week, and then what happened was last Sunday. It was a beautiful day. The sun came out, and it was in the 70s. It was absolutely amazing, and it's been like that for the past week. It's been truly a beautiful week.
The temperatures has been getting milder here.
It's been moderating, but I saw. I take a look here and there on the app just to see what's going on Long Island.
Why would I want icons on my show? Who? I don't want no.
Don't show. Wait, what does it say, Ronnie? Oh, it says icons.
Icons don't show up for you. Why would I want narcissistic celebrity icons on my show that are going to, talk about themselves?
What are you talking about, Paul?
Yeah, well, they all have the same personality. If they're entertainers and celebrities, they just talk about themselves. I could care less about celebrities.
Who was it that said that?
Marvelous Mama said that, and then she laughed. After that. Icons don't show up for me.
I don't really understand. What does that mean?
I don't understand this Klingon language. Hold on. I don't know what this means. I have no idea what that means. Purple eye, face purple.
That's the emojis that they're sending. But you didn't update your whatever system you're using, so you can't see the emoji that they're sending. It just tells you like the text of what the emoji is.
So I have to go to the settings and I have to see if I can.
Yeah, but you don't need to. It doesn't matter.
I can allow emojis.
Yeah.
Not that I'm an emoji person, but
yeah, it doesn't matter.
So anyway, all right, so 3 p.m. I'll be here because people can comment when I'm not live. I know that for sure because
so you're saying
you and Gabrielle comment.
Well, you can't play music on that feed because you're going to get a copyright. So
if I'm live,
yeah,
I'm going to get whacked with copyright infringement if I'm live. But if I'm not live, then it's a private hangout, and there shouldn't be any copyright problems.
Yeah.
You know, but your phone, well, you told me you got a new iPhone, so that's probably why.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it looks the same, right? What's the difference?
Yeah,
I mean,
she said there were icons. I mean, there was. She said when she said icons, she didn't mean celebrities. She meant she meant like emojis. That's what she meant. All right, I understand. I understand.
So Marvelous Mama.
Yeah, she didn't mean like celebrities are not going to come on for me.
Tomorrow 3:00. Be there or be square, right?
Anybody? Yeah, there's no
I think
holds barred.
for the first show, you gotta like send the links out to everybody you know.
Well, I'm going to post it on my Facebook profile. I'm not gonna like try to twist people's. You see what happens when I try to bug Western Mike to come on. You see how like the more
He doesn't give a shit.
the more I fucking ask, the more people rebel and don't come. So like so Western Mike, he's like a loner.
You know who might be good? Ronald Terrio. Because it's during the day. He doesn't like to come on at nighttime, but it's during the day. He might be having a beer or something, and he can hop in. I know he likes to join on things during the day, right?
You know what?
Quite a couple of times he came on the Sunday shows, I think.
I'll send one to Eric Fraunfelter saying it's a private hangout. It's not allowed to go.
I think the Ronald Terrio might be a great idea because he's always got a lot of good things to say.
He likes good music. He likes music. I mean,
and he likes to join during the day, not at night.
Yeah, and it'll be after his Sunday morning booze show.
Yeah.
It'll be way after that, right?
Yeah. Oh, I remember when you used to do the afternoon shows quite a few times. He came on Sunday afternoons, so I think he'd be open to that.
Yeah.
And he's always got good things to talk about, so that's a good one.
There are military all over. Oh, you're talking about the border down along the border.
Who is this? Who's this?
No, Texas Storm Trader. He's cool. He says down by the Texas border, near the border between Mexico and Texas.
That's a real person?
Yeah, no, he's real. And there's a military all over down there.
Oh, it's Trump's America.
Yeah, he wants to be what do you call isolationism? I'll see you tomorrow.
He's getting rid of the migrants. So that's what he said he was going to do.
It causing a lot of crime.
A lot of crime, and it's not even just that. It's like, why was it that in the past 4 years, the Biden administration era, if you want to call it that, why were the borders opened up where there's no border? And there was like, how many fucking millions? Is it 20 million? Some crazy fucking number? Like, what the fuck?
When I was by my sister's,
whether these people are criminals or not, they're still illegal.
They're still illegal. Now when I was by my sister, my brother-in-law says, "Yeah, let's go for a ride. We'll go to Home Depot." I hop in his SUV. We go to Home Depot. What do we see? The whole parking lot is loaded with Central Americans wearing rags with signs that are looking for.
But it's always been like that, right?
Construction work. They're what happens is construction people come by, contractors come
They,
by,
they give them $100 a day.
and they pick who they want, and they pay them for the day to work.
I know. It's the same thing on Long Island. It's the same exact shit.
They do the same thing because it wasn't like that before.
It's been like that for 20 years.
Oh wow! I guess.
Yeah, seriously.
I mean,
that's nothing new.
Because it was the Home Depot was in a predominantly Latin neighborhood,
No.
and by me in my hometown, it's not necessarily. It's not a Latin neighborhood, and I never saw them there. But yeah, they're all like the whole parking lot was.
On Long Island, there's every Home Depot probably is like that.
Really?
And it's nothing new. It's been like that. The only time, James, that slowed down, was in the 2008 recession, when the housing market went bust. Then all those immigrants, they didn't have anywhere to work because they stopped building houses. But once it started building back up in like 2014, 2015, they were right back out on the street. And all the contractors would pick them up. It's cheap labor. So if those contractors don't have that cheap labor anymore, it's not even just cheap, it's just completely off the books. So they're not paying, taxes on that. They're not paying nothing. It's just cash. And I'm not against that, but I'm saying there's going to be some differences. Things are going to change. Apparently, this is not George W. Bush in the White House no more. This is Donald Trump. And he ran on throwing these illegal immigrants out of the country.
Yeah,
he ran on that. And that's why he got elected. So there's no surprise that that's what he's doing. That's what he ran on.
Yeah, and he did it quick.
He's doing it quick, and he's not fucking around.
Yeah. Now, Texas Storm. If they're building the wall rapidly, I hope they're putting steel rods down to prevent tunneling. To keep them to make it difficult for them to build tunnels under the wall.
Well, he might not know. He might not know the details on that.
No, he's cool. He's a real person.
But he might not know the details on
Yeah, what I'm saying, it only makes sense. I mean, you can't just build a wall and then make it easy for them to tunnel underneath.
Why was the Biden administration selling pieces of the wall for cents on the dollar? Why were they doing that though? Really? Like, what the fuck were they doing?
Because they don't believe in a wall. They want everything open.
But they actually they started taking it down, and then they started putting up some pieces, and then at the end of it, they were selling them for like 5 cents on the dollar. Like, James, this is what you voted for. You voted for that old decrepit piece of crap president that we had. The worst I mean, Jesus, man. I'm sorry to go off on it like that, but he was horrible, fucking horrible.
You mean poopy pants?
Poopy pants president. I mean, that's just so embarrassing. It's terrible. Poopy pants president. And who was in charge? The fucking LGBT gay people. Because it wasn't Biden. It wasn't fucking Biden. It wasn't Harris either.
When Bill Clinton won the election, the first
Bill Clinton was a real man. He was a real man, and so was Obama.
Yeah,
I don't know what the fuck Biden was. I mean, that was just a sad period of American history.
Well, Biden has skeletons in his closet when he was a senator.
Yeah, he has the crime family. He pardoned his whole fucking family.
No, what I mean is when he was a senator from Delaware, he was no angel.
None of them are angels.
You know, I mean,
Yeah.
who knows how many of them went to Epstein's resort? I
They
mean,
probably all did. Trump was there, right? And the Clintons were there. But besides that, Bill Clinton was a real man, a real person. The Democrats struck gold with Bill Clinton in the 90s.
yeah,
And
he had,
they struck gold again with Obama.
he had
I
a
don't I
surplus.
don't I don't know if that's going to happen again for him.
Bill Clinton had a surplus
He did. Yeah.
when at the end of his he was in for 2 terms, right? Bill
Mm-hmm.
Clinton, I think. At the end of his second
He,
term,
he he did a decent job. He really wasn't a bad president.
he had a
No.
surplus.
He had a surplus. He's the last president that ever did.
Yeah, there's no debt.
What's his name? George W.
With that war, yeah, him.
Well, it was the 2 wars.
Yeah, Dick Cheney.
Like you say, on a credit card, you had fucking asshole Dick Cheney with his fucking bitch daughter, who's around these days, who was campaigning for Harris. Like it's 2003 all over again. No, we don't need that. But anyway, like
Cheney had Halliburton.
he worked for Halliburton. Then he gets into the VP. Supposedly he owed money to Halliburton, and that's why he was one of the reasons why he was so adamant to go into Iraq. Fucking a failed war, completely bullshit war. Same thing with Afghanistan.
With no weapons of mass destruction found.
So what happened was 2008 comes around, 2 failed wars and a failed economy, because the economy was I don't know if you remember 2008 the economy collapsed, okay, and it was an election year, so you had a sitting duck Republican president, George W. Bush, who everybody hated, and then what did the Republican Party do? They put up warmonger John McCain, and his VP, fucking bird brain Sarah Palin,
Nailing Palin,
going against this Hussein Obama, who nobody knew anything about. They wouldn't say his middle name. Donald Trump always brings up his middle name, Hussein, which is very interesting. They only called him Barack Obama, but his middle name is Hussein. So he's from the Middle East. He was an unknown at the time.
His father was Kenyan.
He was an unknown. He was a junior senator from Illinois. He only got elected in 2004, 4 years before, and he was an unknown. He didn't vote for the.
So he wasn't a senator for 2 terms at least. He was only a senator.
No. Just like J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance only got in 1 term too. But back to 2008, it's very interesting that the Democrats picked this black guy, and they said he was born in Hawaii and grew up in Chicago, and he has this murky past. They don't even know where the fuck he's from. He's got like a white mother and a black father.
If you grew up in Honolulu, Hawaii, why on earth would you go to Chicago and freeze your ass off?
It's a very strange upbringing that he has.
You go to a high crime city.
It's quite possible. It's quite possible that he's a CIA asset. Probably, he's got a made up past. They used him because he's half black. So the Democrat Party can say, we're going to put this black. They call him black. He's half black, whatever.
I saw.
And then the white people, the white Democrats are going to be like, well, we're not sure if we want to vote for him because he's black. But then they see, oh, he's only half black. His mom is actually white. So it's like, okay, maybe we'll vote for him.
Did you know?
No, it's true. This is the whole thing, though.
Did you know? I was very grateful to him. Did you know that Damien showed me a copy of Barack Obama's real birth certificate, and his when he went to Columbia University, he was registered under a different name, and they showed his photo, and it says born in Kenya. It was a real authentic birth certificate.
All right. So what does that mean?
That means he was
So he was born in a president is not supposed to be born in a foreign.
No, a president is not. That's what Arnold Schwarzenegger says. He can't run for president because he was born in Austria.
And Arnold Schwarzenegger was a Republican governor of California. Can you imagine that? Just like Ronald Reagan, right?
Yeah.
But now these days, California would never vote for a Republican governor.
Right. Read it. His real name on his birth is Barry Soratoro.
Barry.
Barry White. Soratoro.
Very, very strange. Or at least very murky. And Donald Trump brought this up against him. Who said? Yeah, you remember during the Obama years.
Yeah.
Before Donald Trump was even running for president, he was pushing him hard, saying he wasn't born in the U.S.
Right.
Donald Trump hates Obama. He hates him.
He was pushing it, and the media kept it wasn't politically correct to go after Obama, so the media kept on.
Why wasn't it politically correct? Because he's black.
The media was because they were kissing his ass they kept avoiding that subject. They kept blowing it off. Look, did he really is this true? Trump just ended Martin Luther King's
No, he didn't.
No, his birthday in Juneteenth.
I wish he did. That would be great.
Juneteenth. I mean, it wasn't enough that they have Martin Luther King's birthday, but they have to have Juneteenth.
You know what would make Donald Trump the king? If he gets rid of Martin Luther Day. Just get the fuck out of here. We don't need it. But nobody has the balls to do that. Not even Donald Trump.
Well, listen.
Not even Donald Trump would do that.
Listen, I got to be honest with you. Now, when we talk about Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, we're talking about the early 60s.
The late 60s.
Well, they started when did the civil rights movement start?
Well, it started in the 50s.
Okay. All right. I listened to all their speeches, and you know what? They were absolutely right on the money with everything they said about the U.S. government and about all the shit that's
of course.
Just like General Eisenhower was right on the money. A great Republican president, Eisenhower, also exposed a lot. And Martin Luther King exposed a lot. And Malcolm X exposed a lot. And JFK exposed a lot. And I got to give them credit. I agree with everything they said. All the shit that's been going on in this fucking country. Anyway, I like those lights. But what's the real color of them? Because they look pink and turquoise and orange. Were you going in? Oh, that's your kitchen. Oh, you got a nice kitchen. You're not taking me into the bathroom, but you urinating, are you? No, okay. All right. You're in the house now. Okay. Okay. I tell you, your phone. You look very high definition on your phone. Oh, now you're pulling a Michael. Oh. With that gray thing. 2. What? Hi? You saying good night? You saying good night?
No, just give me a second. Just give me a second.
Okay. I don't know why this company has to. Who picked? I even told the people that work for this company, why the hell did they pick gray? Ugly gray. They couldn't pick a different color. I mean, they got a nice midnight blue background, and they pick an ugly gray with a white letter. You know what? Let me do this. Let me do this, son of a bitch. Let me do this. This fucking damn. Oh shit. Hold on. How am I gonna do this now? I'm gonna take a screenshot of this. I want to show the company this. What the? Who the? You know what? I want to show the company that gray thing. Who the hell came up with that dumbass idea? All right, good. Son of a bitch. A bunch of cacksuckers, man. It's ugly. I'm going to go on Twitter and I'm going to show the company who came up with this friggin'. Well, you can't really see it. The gray logo with the white letter in the middle. Why that ugly gray? They couldn't come up with something better than that. I'm going to show it to them. I like to grab the bull by the corns, like Archie Bunker used to say. I grab the bull by the horns, the corns, he said. Anyway, I'm going to call it quits because the show is already 5 hours. Oh, God. It's already 5 hours. I'm going to warm up.
It's quite the show. Hey, James, look.
Yeah.
Let me show you.
Oh, you got.
Let me show you the pool out here.
You got all kinds of Christmas stuff. What is that, a gnome?
I can show you what I see here. Hey, you see that?
Oh, there you go. I see the pool.
It's nice, right?
I see it. So you walk down it. That's the pool that you go.
Yeah. So this is my my terrace, as you call it.
It's a terrace, right? And it's all very nice, very nice. It's all enclosed, and you know, you could have.
That's my poinsettia. I got the American flag pillow.
You can have all kinds of plants out there on that terrace.
I could. It's not huge, but some space.
Yeah, and then there's
the parking lot. So if I walk down over here,
right.
You see those stairs?
Yeah.
That's where I walk down from my my apartment.
Yep, somebody's coming home late. Somebody was out.
And then that's the clubhouse over there. So it's right across the street from. So this is my building.
Clubhouse.
And then directly across the street from my building is the clubhouse.
Is there a gymnasium in the clubhouse?
Yeah, and then they got a billiards room.
Oh wow, billiards.
There's a lot of cool shit over there. And then they got the pool.
And it's obvious you could see it.
It's pretty cool. You can't. So it's not a heated pool, so you can't go in there during the winter. But come March, so give it one more month.
Is that when they turn on the heat?
No, that's when basically it heats up down here, and you can use the pool.
Oh, okay.
Starts to get pretty hot in March.
So when do the lights are like all night long? The lights around the pool are on?
Yeah, isn't it nice? It's 24 hours a day. There's no you can go down there. I can go down and play pool You know, if you came over to hang out with you, I can play pool with you right now.
So you could bring food and beers to the to the pool at like 1 a.m. 2 a.m.
As you know, as long as you're not fucking around, being too crazy and nothing like that.
Yeah,
You know,
as long as you don't get out of hand, you don't get
act like a civilized person.
right.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's nice.
Oh. Yeah, Daryl says it looks nice. Yeah, Daryl. It's he's in it's Clearwater.
Clearwater, Florida.
Florida. Now, how has Hogan's place been since he got booed in Los Angeles?
Oh, everybody down here loves Hogan.
So his business has been thriving, right? Pretty good.
Business is booming as always. Everybody loves Hulk Hogan, you know.
Now his house, does he have his own private beach?
Yeah, he probably does. His house is on Clearwater Beach.
Right, and
he has a mansion.
He has
now the interesting story with Hulk Hogan is that he owned a house with his wife, his former wife.
Yeah, she took him to the cleaners.
And that's where they filmed Hogan Knows Best. The VH1 reality show. With his son Nick and his daughter Brooke.
Yeah, but you know what? His wife used to nag him constantly on
Yeah. And
oh, we got to get you a new wardrobe. How come?
Right.
How come you dress like the 1980s?
So where that? I mean, also you got to know some of that was fake. You know, obviously they were acting a little bit, but his wife probably really was a bitch, and his daughter was going out with black guys, and Hogan didn't like it.
Brooke Hogan, yeah.
So, you know, she's bringing like these dudes home. They had their underwear sticking out of the fucking black guys, and so he didn't say it on the show. I was telling you this one time.
Wait a minute, she was bringing these guys home to his house,
to Hogan's house.
Oh fuck that! I'd throw him out.
Well, he was pretty pissed off.
Yeah.
But Hogan never went live and used the N-word. He didn't do it live. No. He did it in the privacy of his own home.
Well, then it's nobody's business if he did it in the privacy.
And it was one of his best friends, this Bubba the Love Sponge guy.
The Love Sponge, that fat fuck.
Supposedly that was one of his best friends, and he was filming Hogan undercover.
Having sex with his wife or girlfriend?
Well, he was at first he was filming him speaking negatively about his daughter's exploits. Let's call them that.
Right.
And the media went crazy because they're like, "Oh, well, Hogan used the N-word, blah blah blah." He used it in the confines of his own home.
Right. And it's nobody's business.
It's nobody's business. And he had this fucking scumbag.
Yeah.
You know, videotaping him in his own fucking house.
I know. And he like double crossed him. Let me just tell a Texas storm chaser. He asked where this is. It's Clearwater, Florida. It's a suburb of Tampa.
Well, everybody knows where Clearwater is, right? It's pretty world famous.
No. He was asking me where it is. It looks nice. He said it looks nice. It's Clearwater, Florida.
It's a suburb of Tampa, Florida.
Yeah, it's a suburb of Tampa, and
it's actually the hometown of Hulk Hogan.
You mean where he went to school?
No, he went to school in Tampa.
Oh, okay.
But that's just right across the bay.
Yeah, and like in other words, Clearwater Beach compared to Clearwater is like saying Miami to Miami Beach. It's a different town. different district.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
South, there's Miami, and then there's Miami Beach, and then there's South.
That is correct, right?
Yeah, they have their own mayor. Yeah.
No, they don't. They don't have their own. So in Miami they do, but in Clearwater, there's only one mayor for Clearwater Beach and regular Clearwater.
Oh, really? Okay. All right.
Mm-hmm. Now I'm trying to figure out how to put my face. There we go.
Yeah, DeSantis.
The sanctimonious.
The sanctimonious did run against Trump, and
He did. He lost. He lost bad. But but he's on the Trump team now, so maybe we're thinking in 2028 it might be Vance the sanctimonious ticket.
yeah, but you know what? Some of those Republicans, like who was the former governor, Rick Scott?
Mm-hmm.
Rick Scott,
Yeah.
the guy that has a dildo head like Jeff Bezos. He was arresting a pastor in Florida that was feeding the homeless. He didn't want anybody to feed the homeless in Florida, to give them food. What a horrible thing.
I'm sure there's got to be more to that story than meets the eye. You can't just believe the headlines, obviously.
Unless it was, the neoliberals that say Florida governor arrests old pastor. He was an old man. He was actually he was the old black pastor.
I mean, I highly doubt. James, you've been around for a long time. You got to look into things a little bit. That's all. I don't know much about Rick Scott because I moved here after his governorship was over. I only know about Ron DeSanctimonious, and he's a pretty good governor. I like him. I think I'll take him over Kathy Hochul.
Well, the only problem,
Hochul Jonkel up in New York.
The only problem is the sanctimonious allowed all the restaurants and bars to be full capacity during the pandemic.
Well, that's his claim to fame.
Yeah, I know. It's the herd. Unfortunately, we're herd immunity. A lot of people kick the bucket. No, how's the food in Florida? Well, they have public supermarkets. They have a lot of restaurants.
The pizza's not that good.
Maybe the water, his tap water's terrible. It's
right.
It smells like rotten eggs.
The pizza's not that good, but the only people from the tri-state area know, because we come from where, if they call it a Brooklyn slice, we know what a Brooklyn slice is supposed to look like, right, James? What is a Brooklyn slice supposed to look like?
A Brooklyn slice?
Yeah.
Well,
an old school Brooklyn slice. What does it look like?
Well, I know the difference between great pizza, mediocre pizza, and really bad pizza. And
a Brooklyn slice, a Neapolitano, right?
Yeah, it's a thin crust, right? It's flat.
And you can fold it. You're supposed to be able to fold it.
Right. Correct.
That's the marker. If you can't fold it, it's not New York style.
Yeah, New York style is thin crust and round.
Right.
And not
as opposed to Sicilian style.
Well, Sicilian is rectangular and thicker, more dough, and Chicago deep dish.
Exactly.
Chicago deep dish is simply deep dish.
What the fuck is Chicago deep dish? What is it?
Oh, they use, it's the pan. They use like a cake pan. That's all it is. They use a cake pan. They put the dough in the cake pan. So now you have like this much room.
So Chicago / Detroit style is kind of just like a Sicilian style. right?
Except the deeper pan. They use like a cake pan, like it's a round cake pan basically, and it's deep, and they load it up, like more cheese, more this, that, and the other thing.
But the regular slice, everybody knows, the Neapolitan slice.
Yeah.
They say that was originated in Brooklyn in 1884. No, I don't know the year, but
1884.
around that time, man.
It's possible. I don't know when the Italians showed up.
Oh, they were around in the 1880s for sure. And the pizza wasn't invented in Italy; it was invented in Brooklyn.
Well, Naples, they say Naples had the first pizza, but they used a wood burning oven in Italy, which I'm telling you, there is a difference. You got,
But the original pizza is not from Italy. It's from Brooklyn. It was made by Italians, but in Brooklyn.
just like you have,
it didn't come from Italy.
just like you have Tex-Mex food.
Yeah, similar.
California, Calmex, and just like you also have.
But the original Brooklyn pizza. So Brooklyn is supposed to be where pizza comes from, right? That's like.
Yeah.
Do you believe that's true?
Lombard, what is that place? Lombardi's, the oldest pizzeria in the country. I think it's in no, that's not Brooklyn. That's Lower Manhattan. I'm sorry. It's a coal burning oven.
So you know how all the Brooklyn was full of immigrants, Italian immigrants.
Yeah. Well,
at the turn of the century, Coney Island and all that.
Corned beef and cabbage is American.
No, I didn't know that.
Well, yeah, if you go to Ireland and you ask for corned beef and cabbage, they laugh.
Seriously?
I like corned beef and cabbage, to be honest with you.
Wait, I didn't know that.
I like, I gotta look that up on Google.
James, are you sure about that?
I care because I like corned beef.
I care because I'm actually Irish.
I like corned beef sandwiches. I like corned beef and I like cabbage. The boiled potatoes, I don't care. I don't give a shit about them. But potatoes came.
So you said you're gonna look it up online?
I'll look it up right now.
So you said that's not actually from Ireland?
Hold on.
I thought it was.
Hold on. We'll get to the bottom of it. What is the history of corned beef and cabbage?
No, don't put the robot on, though. I don't want to hear the robot talk.
Okay, corned beef and cabbage is an Irish-American dish that originated in the United States in the late 19th century? What? Really? It's often eaten on St. Patrick's Day, but it's not a traditional Irish dish.
Wow.
The dish has roots in Eastern Europe where Jews cured.
No way.
Where Jews cured beef with large grain.
What?
Let me
fucking Jews?
With large grain salt crystals called corns. Well, that's where the word corn comes from.
God.
The salt crystals.
You're killing me here, James.
I thought they use corn. Irish immigrants.
Can you read that last sentence one more time? I'm gonna stick a knife through my heart.
You know what I'm gonna do, Jabroni? I'm gonna send it to you. I'm gonna send it to you on Messenger.
You just said St. Patrick's Day comes from Eastern European Jews.
Hold on for a second. I sent you the. I sent you the page. You could read it.
Come on.
I sent you the page.
We can never cut a break, you know. We never get a break, us fucking Irish.
We're Irish, you know. I mean, you know.
We come from the fucking Eastern European Jews.
Well, listen. You got Guinness Stout. You got.
I hate Guinness. It sucks.
You got good whiskey. I'm telling you.
The whiskey is good. The whiskey is good.
I know people make a big fuss over Scotch whiskeys, but
Eric,
I
right?
actually like.
Eric does.
I like the flavor of Irish whiskey better.
Oh, do you like Jameson?
Well, I tell you what I have had. I've had Bushmills, Jameson, Paddy.
Jameson is excellent.
I've had Paddy's, Paddy. Paddy's is good. I've had it very inexpensive, and I've had Cork. It's a family-owned distillery in County Cork.
The County Cork is where my family comes from.
Yeah, it's in the south.
I'm serious. That's where my family comes from.
Southeastern.
The County Cork is where I can trace my ancestors back to. It's all the way in the most southern southwest portion of Ireland. So you know what that means. It's the most furthest away from the English who were up in the north.
That's actually true.
Who were the Protestants. So that's why, you know, all the way down there you can be Catholic.
And east of County Cork is Winslow, which is where the blackthorn forest is, where the shillelaghs are made.
Oh, okay.
Winslow, which is east, south.
Very, very, very rich history the Irish have.
Yeah, and also when you go back to ancient Irish history, to the Gaelic,
the Druids,
the Celtic, the tribes, the Celtic. Well, Gaelic is the language.
Is the language.
Yeah, the
Gaelic is the language. Celtic is the culture.
It's the culture. That's when they had. There's a lot of fascinating superstition and
there is, yeah.
You know, witchcraft and
oh yeah.
Demonic, you know, like mythical creatures and.
Well, that's the Druids. That's what the Druids are.
Yeah, you've heard of the banshees.
Yeah.
When they scream, if the scream of the banshee is very faint, that somebody that you know that's not related to you is going to die. I think in the closer the scream is, you know, the louder it is, the closer the person to you is going to die.
Yeah, I don't know about that stuff.
Yeah, it has to do with impending death. And then
actually, I can't say I know much about that at all, to be honest with you.
There's a very rich superstitious Irish culture of the Celtics, the Celtics.
My grandma, she threw the salt over her shoulder, and she said you could never put shoes on top of a table.
I wouldn't.
Did you ever hear that?
No, but I wouldn't. It's not sanitary.
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
It's bad luck to do it.
Yeah, and also.
I mean, even if they're brand new shoes, you can't put them on the table. It brings bad luck to the house.
And I know the peat moss is used as like firewood. They dry it out. They go to the bog.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that.
They go to the bog.
You know what it is? There's so many that I don't know. Like my grandma probably knew so many from her mom, and then like, you know what happened was in like the 1960s, people started to feel like they didn't need to know their heritage anymore. So they didn't want to they wanted to be American, and they didn't want to be Irish anymore, or they didn't want to be Italian. And
Well,
I think that's what happened was that in the 1960s, everybody got stupid, and they stopped holding on to their traditions that they used to have.
you have to understand where they're coming from because of the centuries of oppression from the English. The century treated like garbage and oppression.
No, but I'm talking about in America.
Yeah,
They were already in America. In the 1960s, everything was beautiful. You know, you had my grandfather. You know, he was in World War II. You come home, you get a. He was from the Bronx, so you know. Eventually, the Puerto Ricans moved into the Bronx, so then they move out to Long Island, and they get a house for a decent, you know, very good price, you know.
but thankfully they've kept the St. Patrick's Day parade in New York thriving. It's
Well,
thriving.
but then,
I mean,
they also moved it out to Long Island, and they moved it out. Yeah, of course they did. Just like New Jersey.
I imagine Boston has a really big Irish St. Patrick's Day parade because there's a lot of
I imagine Boston has it, but I also imagine New York and New Jersey have huge St. Patrick's Day parades because there's huge populations of Irish people there. But you know, where did those populations come from? They came from the cities.
Oh.
They came from New York City. They came from the Bronx. They came from Brooklyn, and they moved out to Long Island, or they moved up to, you know, probably Rochester County, right? Rochester County is where half of my family still lives.
Where you mean? Are you talking about Westchester County?
No. Rochester County in New York.
Where is Rochester County?
It's west of the Bronx.
Oh, really? Oh, it's like towards Yonkers?
No, the other way. So all right. So if you're in Manhattan, you go up to the Bronx, right, and then you got Westchester on the west side, right?
Yeah, I-95 is
right.
Yeah, you go over to GW. It's I-95.
So if you go to the other side instead of Westchester, you go to the left, and then you have Rockland County. You never heard of Rockland County?
Yeah, that's where Nanuet is.
Who's that?
Not West Nyack, the Palisade Mall, the
Palisade Mall. It's actually it's a bad area, right? It's not that nice these days.
Shitty.
Is it like total shit?
No, it's like a shitty suburb.
Wow.
With
So
trees.
so that's where like a lot of my family lives over there. Like my mom's cousins. So they're kind of like my second cousins, but they're still like, you know, part of my family. And they're big into, they kept with the Irish tradition of being in the fire department. So they were all in the fire department, and they like every year they have like a big party.
And there were cops too.
Yeah, well, yeah, but this part of my family, they're more into the fire department than the cops. And they have a big party every year, and it's held at the fire department in the town, and everybody respects them and everything like that.
It's always like a rivalry between firefighters and police officers. Like who's the bigger hero?
Mm-hmm.
Something like
And
that.
I don't know what it is with the Irish and being cops and being fire people, because also I have family who are cops up in the Bronx, and in the worst parts of the Bronx too, the very bad parts.
Maybe it was very difficult for them to get jobs, and that was like just an available career. It was just
It could be. I don't know.
It's
And
just-
it didn't trickle down to my generation, because there's nobody in my generation, in my family, or even in my extended family, who are cops. I think there might be maybe a fire guy, but there's no cops. There's definitely no cops. No cops that I know of. And when I was growing up, I hated cops. I hated cops.
Yeah, I remember back in all those shows there in the 60s and early 70s, they called them the fuzz,
Well, they call them mix, right?
they call them flat feet, flatfoots. Well, mix is a derogatory term for Irish Americans or Irish people.
It's like like a guinea.
Yeah, like a wop or a guinea. It's like a mick is a derogatory name for Irish.
But it's not that really bad, because like McCarthy or whatever, it makes sense.
Yeah, but they had to deal with discrimination when they came here. They had to deal with a lot.
They deal with it before the Italians did, and then I think that's when like they were giving like an opportunity to become like the cops, and then when the Italians came along, they wanted to be the ones in charge. So we're gonna like beat these Italians up and fuck them up because
Italians were
now they're the different ones.
Yeah, the Italians had a similar problem where nobody would hire them. They stood in their own neighborhood. They had, they opened up businesses in their own neighborhood.
Yeah, everybody had their own neighborhood. That was the thing. Every ethnicity had their own neighborhood.
Their enclave, their own neighborhood,
and it's a question these days. Maybe it should have stayed that way. Maybe everything was better like that, because what do you think, James? Was it?
Nobody screwed around, and nobody screwed around.
Nobody got involved with the wrong people.
Yeah,
wink.
If you were riffraff and you try to
the riffraff were not allowed in that. If they came around, you kick them out.
You're not allowed in those neighborhoods. If you were riffraff, you get the shit kicked out of you.
You'd get chased out of town,
or worse.
and vice versa. That would happen to you if you went into their neighborhood, right? So everybody had their own neighborhood.
Yeah. Well, you couldn't if you went into another.
If you were a white guy, an Italian or an Irish guy, and you went into the black neighborhood in Brooklyn, you would get chased out.
Right.
But likewise, the blacks couldn't come into the Italian or Irish or Jewish neighborhoods.
Well, Jews are not really.
They had their own neighborhoods too.
Yeah, no, they had neighborhoods, but they're not like violent. Like they wouldn't take to violence as like the Irish and the Italians.
Murder Inc. They were Jews.
I know you. I heard stories. Some guy. It was an Italian neighborhood in Newark, and there was an Italian congressman representing that part of Newark, and there's a story where a black guy mugged the congressman's mother, and the guy, the boys found out who did it. There's a black guy. They found out who did it, and I heard stories where they tied him up in some abandoned warehouse naked, and they put peanut butter all over his genitalia, or it's a known fact that rats love peanut butter, and then you know what happened. The boys, man, the boys took care of things. Anyway, I've been on forever. I'll see you tomorrow on the Hangout. Where are you? Mr. Texas Storm Chaser, Florida is a Republican state. In answer to your question, they supported Trump. Ronnie, I'm gonna bang up now. Oh, my ass. My ass is hurting me. It should hurt me. The show is like over almost 6 hours. So of course, my ass is hurting me. My ass cheeks. Yeah, we held the fort down, Daryl. Anyway, I'll see everybody tomorrow afternoon. I'm gonna go eat and relax. I'll see you tomorrow. All right. All right. Adios. Tomorrow's another day.